Hello, welcome to week 6 of the CPBL English Watch Along. I am Daniel Shi and I will be joined by Patrick Melbourne in momentarily. But before we actually start going into this week's or today's matchup, the Monkeys and the Lions come into the series finale of this weekend 3-game series in Tainan Baseball Stadium. And they played 2 games already. That's kind of what I said earlier, basically. The Monkeys took game 1 on Friday, and the Lions took game 2 on Saturday. Just to let you guys rewind and recap a little bit on this, with the series so far, I'm going to show you the CPBL recaps of both games, and starting with the Friday game, and then the Saturday game.
The Rakuten Monkeys and the Uni Lions face off in the weekend series opener here in Tainan Baseball Stadium. And we start in the top of the 3rd inning. Right fielder Cho Dan at the plate, and he draws a leadoff walk with bases loaded. So man on first, nobody out, and the center fielder Chen Chen-wei lays down a bunt to third base. The fastest man in the CPBL will beat out the throw at first base. So man on first and second, nobody out. A couple batters later, catcher Ling Hongyu shoots a line drive to left field, and that's a base hit. Right fielder Cho Dan stays at third base, so bases loaded. 1 out. Left fielder Dimple Cannon Zhu Yuxian at the plate, and he draws a walk with full count. That brings in the go-ahead run as the Monkeys get on the board first. They go up 1-0. Top of the 5th inning, they're piling on. Man on second base. First baseman Chen Junxiu goes to center field, and catcher Ling Hongyu from second comes in to score. Chen Junxiu goes to second. Is an RBI single, and the Rakuten Monkeys double the lead to 2-0. Left fielder Zhu Yuxian. This the same thing, same play, and same result. Chen Junxiu from second comes in to score, and the Rakuten Monkeys extend the lead to 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Closer Chen Yuxun on the mound for the Monkeys, and that's a comebacker to the pitcher. Chen Yuxun making sure that the ball gets there safely to first base as the Monkeys win this one with a score 3-1, and Ryan Bollinger gets the MVP of the game. Tomorrow, both teams will come back at 5 p.m. for Game 2 of the series. Nothing like a violin performance in the pre-game ceremonies at a baseball field as the Uni Lions hosted Rakuten Monkeys in Game 2 of this weekend series. We start the highlights in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1-1 the score, nobody out. Second baseman Lin Jinkai drops one in right field, so lead off single for the Uni Lions. Catcher Lin Dayan then bunts one right in front of the plate. That's a fair ball, and that will advance Lin Jinkai to second. So man on second, 1 out. That brings up DH Chen Jiexian, who launches that one to center field. That's a base hit. Second baseman Li Jinkai turns on the wheels and coming to score as the Lions grab a 2-1 lead. Chen Jiexian will later go to second with center fielder Zhang Weisheng at the plate. He goes to center field one more time. Same play, same result. Chen Jiexian comes in to score, and Zhang Weisheng stops at first. Another RBI single. Lions go up 3-1. Top of the 7th inning now. Third baseman Liang Jiarong at the plate. He draws a 1-out walk. He'll later go to second. Second baseman Lin Zebing shoots a chopper to first base. He's out at first, but Liang Jiarong goes to third. And then shortstop Yu Delong will drive him home with a line drive to left field. So the Monkeys cut the lead down to 3-2, and they also chase Teddy Stankwitz out of the ballgame. But that's not enough as we head to the top of the 9th inning. 3-2 the score, 2-2 the count, 2 outs, and that one is a high fly ball to left field with closer Chen Yunwen on the mound, and they get the final out of the game as the Lions even up the series at 1 game apiece with the score 3-2. And Teddy Stankwitz wins the MVP of the game. He went 6.2 innings, allowing no earned runs and just 3 hits along with 2 strikeouts. Tomorrow, both teams will come back to Tainan for the series finale. The game will start at 2 p.m. local time.
So that is the first 2 games of this 3-game series. Both teams coming into Game 3 looking to claim the series win. The Rakuten Monkeys now 14-12 after a pretty strong week So are the Uni Lions. They are hold on, let me double check. They are 16-12, and they're currently on top of the CPBL standings. Both teams are just one game apart. Lions number 1, Monkeys number 2, CTBC Brothers number 3, Football Guardians number 4. Top 4 teams are only 2 games apart, so very close race. And the expansion team, Wager and Dragons, at number 5, but they're 11 and 18, and for an expansion team, just 5.5 games behind the leaders isn't so shabby at all. The Uni Lions in the last 10 games are 7-3. The Recruited Monkeys are 5-5, and I will be joined by Patrick Melbourne momentarily. It will finally be a 2-man booth this week after consecutive watch-alongs with just me doing this. This is my first Uni Lions broadcast as well, I think, since the opening day. We all voted for the Uni Lions last week, but I messed that up. I decided to do the Monkeys Brothers game instead. And there was one time y'all also voted for the Uni Lions, but 24 hours before that game, the other game was Guardians and Dragons. She was starting that game. And we kind of made a emergency decision to split the broadcast. So Evan and Patrick broadcasted the CTBC Brothers Lions game, and I did the Guardians, Wager and Dragons game. So this is my first time filling out a Lions scorecard in a very long time. Nevertheless, still very excited. Lions coming into this game, they've been pretty good this week. They're 2-2. They lost the Guardians on Tuesday, but then beat the Brothers on Wednesday to give them their 4th consecutive loss. And then coming in to this the finale of the series 1-1 after beating the Monkeys yesterday. The Monkeys, they're 3-1 coming into this series, the game today. So they're pretty solid so far. This week, one of the big reasons that they climbed from the 4th, I think they were 4th this time last week, and then jumped to number 2, and they're just 1 game behind the Uni Lions. This just shows that if you have a good week or maybe a good 10-day stretch in the CPBL, in a 5-team league, many things, crazy things can happen. The CPBL TV live stream is finally online. So we have the live stream on CPBL TV. This is the only place you will get video feed, because this is an 11 Sports broadcast. So if you're in Taiwan, you can catch the game on CPBL TV, and if you're in Taiwan, you can catch it on CPBL TV, cable, MOD, and if you have the 11 Sports website or the Hami video service subscribed, you can watch it on there. If you're watching from overseas, if you're an international fan, then you will have to watch it basically on CPBL TV unless you have a VPN. That being said, CPBL TV is the slowest channel out of all. If you're watching cable or MOD, etc., CPBL TV does have the slowest feed, and from our side, from our broadcast to you, will be we'll have a little bit of a lag as well. So I would recommend, if there's a lag, then I would sincerely apologize. This is the fastest, we've tried different ways of doing this watch along, and this seems to be the one that minimizes all the lags, especially on YouTube. So now that we're on YouTube, this is a lot faster as well. Who is the bee? Michael says, who would that be, and why does he look so heartbreakingly sad? I did not see the bee, but if you're talking about the mascot, it's the mascot of Megabank, which is a major sponsor of the Uni Lions. And why does he look so sad? I don't know. He looks pretty happy to me, though, dancing around and stuff like that. Welcome. Well, without further ado, let's welcome in the resident Lions fan, Patrick Melbourne. What's up, Patrick?
I've been here so long trying to stay neutral, and that's the way you greet me. Thank you, Daniel. Great intro to that. I really enjoyed the recaps and everything, and especially the answer on why the bee is so sad, which yours, of course, was. It's not sad at all. I'm really curious to see how these teams do, because it seemed like Rakuten was falling behind with their offense, but now it doesn't seem that way, at least lately. They're at the top with their OPS. Today, it's going to be more of a challenge, I would say, on the hill for Uni Lions star Chiang Chen-yen. And the reason is right there. It's the best hitting team so far in the league. So far, Xiang has been brilliant, but it's been mostly the Dragons. So that's what I'm looking out for today. I'll get more into matchups, splits, pitch types, all of that fun stuff as we get started.
And as we see the general manager of Mega Bank throws out the first pitch at the Uni Lions home game. So what, the first pitch? The Uni Lions are very good at meshing all the first pitches together. There was one time where they had I think the opening day game, we had 3 first pitches. And today they had the singer who performed earlier, which we did not catch on CPBL TV. And the general manager of Mega Bank throwing out the first pitch as well. Looks like we're gonna get started momentarily. It is 12. I'm in Texas, so I'm using Central Time. Patrick is in somewhere on the east coast of Canada, so he's using Eastern Time. I actually don't know where he is because he's a very
near Toronto.
Near Toronto.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it is 2 a.m. my time, which means it's 2 p.m. in Taiwan right now.
It is 2
Makes
p.m.
it super
in Taiwan.
easy.
2:05 is the first pitch scheduled. And Taiwan as well, CPBL is trying to, most of the time, making sure that things on first pitch start on time for the broadcasting, all that fun stuff. And like you said earlier, Patrick, Monkeys coming in, and one of the big reasons why they're 3-1 coming into this game is their offense. The offense have been the bedrock of their team the last 4 or 5 years, especially during their three-peat from 2016 to 2019, and 2017 to 2019, my mistake. And last year we saw the dip in the offense, and they weren't as good as they were before. This week their offense kind of woke up a little bit, and they're hitting 279 this week with the .613 OPS. Now that might not 6.613 might not be great on paper, but you do have to consider that this year nobody's hitting 900 OPS anymore because of the new ball. So they did enough on the offense where they could help the pitching to alleviate some of that pressure.
And one of the big reasons why Rakuten's at the top is Chen Chun-Shou. Ever since coming back from his injury, he's been absolutely on fire. His OPS is 1.154. He added to it yesterday with a couple of walks. He's hitting 426 with a 500 OBP, right back in the middle of the batting order. Today, hitting 4th, right behind Lin Heng-Yun, right ahead of Zhu Yushen. So it should be an early challenge for Xiang Chen-yen, but so far this season he's been up to the task.
I just realized I put up the wrong graphic this entire time. The watch along one should be this one. The other one is the quote unquote official graphic for the CPBL account.
This is the one that informs everybody that our opinions don't matter to anybody.
Yes, that is in fact truth. The truth, but I plan on updating the score as much as I can. But if you've been with us the last couple of weeks, you know how bad I am at doing that. So feel free to leave it.
I was pretty bad at it.
Yeah, feel free to leave that in the comments when you see me forgetting to update the score. I'm also trying to put the timestamp as well. The graphic top of the first. Last week, I think top of the fourth, like the graphic top of the fourth stayed up there for about an hour or two. So
really long inning.
Yeah, very, very long. It was so long, in fact, that it lasted 5 innings. But we're gonna start momentarily as they show the graphics cards as we start the CPBL broadcast. Union Lions at the top of the standings, being 16-12. They're one game above the Rakuten Monkeys, who are 14-12. Brothers Fubon Guardians and Weichuan Dragons round up the lineup. And according to the broadcasting team, a couple of key points to watch out for. Number one is the Lions' speed. Most of their runs yesterday, especially that 2-run inning in the fifth, were mostly coming from steals and stretching the extra 90 feet. And also, we're about halfway through the top half of the season. And the rumor is if the first to reach 30 wins, have a really high chance of winning. Now the Lions are 16, so we're still quite a bit away from that. But the race to 30 wins has officially begun, as the top 4 teams especially are looking to claim that half-season championship. And do you have more key points to watch out for, Patrick?
Yeah, I have some. Some of them, I think, notable league stats and storylines, I'm calling it. We can sprinkle in throughout the day. But I think the big one heading in is best hitting team so far by OPS, best pitching team so far by WHIP, walks hits per innings pitched. This is the peak of the league right now, even looking at standings 1 and 2. So it's on them to keep the momentum high and keep the high level of play against the other toughest team.
And we look at just to update you all on the weather. It looks like there's heavy overcast, and based on the weather prediction, it looks like there's going to be some sort of rain coming down sometime this afternoon. Hopefully, and I'm not saying this because I'm lazy, but hopefully there will be some rain coming down because central and southern Taiwan is in a huge drought, and they desperately need all the water they can so they can have. So hopefully today and tomorrow we're supposed to have more rain in the next couple of days, so hopefully we'll see some of those. But today, again, 1 game in Tainan, 1 game in Taichung, and both are in central southern Taiwan. So on the flip side, we want to see baseball, but we also don't want people to die of drought in Taiwan. So that's the one thing to keep in mind of. And as
health comes first.
Health comes first. That's right.
Yeah.
We're starting with the players' introduction for the Union Lions. As the Lions probably do the best team intros at the stadium out of all the teams.
I would agree with that. And they also post
of course you do. You're a Lions fan.
Well, they also post the video, or at least they did. I'm not sure if they still do, but they post the video with all the lineup details and the hype song, the chant song. And it looks really good. It does a good job of getting you hyped for the game.
Yeah, and they've published the pre-game video, like the hype one, like you said, on YouTube. I don't think they this year is the same as last year. It's the same song. It's the same song, and mostly the same graphic as well.
They posted it, right? They posted on Twitter last season, but obviously Twitter was in demand quite a lot more last season. Uni Lions are just getting ready. Zhang Shenyan on the mound. Big key for him before we get into anything else is limiting the long ball.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go through the Rakuten Monkeys lineup real quick. Batting first is third baseman Lin Li, and then second is center fielder Chen Chengwei batting third. DH Lin Hongyu batting fourth. Cleanup is first baseman Chen Junxiu, and then left fielder Zhu Yuxian follows him. Shortstop Yu Delong bats sixth. Second baseman Lin Zebing bats seventh. Xu Yuhao, the catcher, will bat eighth, and right fielder Chou Dan will bat ninth. Going through the defensive alignment. Right. Okay, so go ahead. You go ahead.
Ha! I beat you to it by like a fraction of a second.
Good luck with the names,
Zhang Weisheng in center, and in right, it's Lin Anke. Left to right on the infield is Lin Zihao at third base. Lin Zuxie is the shortstop. Second baseman Lin Jinkai. First baseman is Guo Fu Lin. He goes back and forth between first and third. Behind the plate is Lin Daian. And on the hill is Chung Chen Yen, tall lefty, has an ERA that's really, really low right now. I mean, you can see it if you're watching along with us, but if you can't, it's a 1.06. He's been phenomenal. He's 3-0 this season through 3 games. He's pitched in 17 innings, allowed 12 hits, only 4 runs, and we're just underway, Daniel.
First pitch in there, 4 strike. His last outing was on April 18th. I forgot who he played for. They don't show who they played for. I think he pitched against the Wage and Dragons last outing.
I can rescue you here.
First pitch,
it's Dragons Brothers Dragons.
Is going to left field for a base hit, a leadoff single for the Rakuten Monkeys. For third baseman, and 2 pitches in, we have a base runner.
Yeah, Daniel, I've got your back, man. It was Dragons Brothers Dragons. First 2 games, he went 5 innings, gave up 1 earned run each. He extended that to 7 innings pitched in the 3rd game. That was against the Dragons. So really, really good stuff. One of them was against the Brothers, but 2 of them were against the Dragons, who obviously have not been great. So part of it is a little skewed, but he's been really, really good.
Chen Wei at the plate now. He's batting .281 this season, 7 RBI, .347 on base percentage. So batting relatively well. Again, if you compare this year's stats to last year's, that will not be wise. With the new ball and the pitching has been so much more confident so far this year. Lily taking a huge lead at first base, and the director has a moment for himself. But
he was safe.
It seems like Lily was safe.
Shang on the mound is a guy for me where I thought right from the get-go when we knew the ball would be a lot more pitcher-friendly, I thought he'd be one of the guys who would be affected most another throw-over in a good way. His big issue last year was the long ball. He gave up 23 home runs in 18 starts. So if you take away some of those home runs, first off, you're going to get really good results.
That's a bunt at first base, and Chen Wei beats out the throw at first base. Gao Guoqing comes in to field the ball. Guo Fuling comes in to field the ball and tosses it to second baseman Lin Jingkai. But Chen Wei was too fast for the infield, and he gets on base. So man on first and second now. Nobody out, and here comes the middle of the lineup.
The only guy at the top of the order that you'd be comfortable doing that with just because of his intense speed. Beat him by a couple of steps. But just going back to the pitcher, this lefty-righty split against him is really telling to me because last season he was really okay against the lefties, but bad against the righties, if I can be blunt. This season, it's been a lot more even. More of the hits are against righties, but he's been better overall. We saw the overall ERA, and the average against them, I think, in the low 2s on both sides. So it hasn't just been the new ball. It's been a brand new approach on each side. And when he's at his best, it's ground balls.
Yeah, Liu Hongyi at the plate now. He's batting .379 so far this season. He lays down a bunt, and it goes to foul territory. Chen Junxiu and Zhu Yixin will be the hitters on deck and in the hole, and I can tell already that Patrick is very, very excited about that bunt.
I don't mind bunting early on just against this pitcher because he's been so good. And I don't hate bringing up the pressure early. I mean, other than the first game against the Dragons, he hasn't had a ton of problems working in pressure, but I misworded there. I'll let the pitch go first.
That one's fouled to the first base side. So now the count is 0-2. No bunts here with the slugger catcher. Oh, now today's DHing. Lin Hongyu at the plate. He's been playing a lot of catching lately. Liao Jianfu is hurt. Liao Jianfu can only hit right now. And so Lin Hongyu is the primary catcher. And then you will see the Monkeys bringing in Xu Yuhao a couple of times as like the backup catcher, and he's actually starting today, batting 8th. The pitch is a breaking ball outside part of the does not get picked up. We don't have the K zone today, but I think if there was one, it would be right on edge of the zone.
just finishing up my point because I kind of jumbled my own brain there for a minute. First game for Chung was a laugher for the whole team. They won 14-2. After that, the next 2 games, he pitched in a lot of pressure. So you might want to bring the pressure up early on him, but it's not like he has been pitching poorly under pressure or anything. He's been good in pretty much every situation so far.
Pitch up high, 2-2 now. You're working the count. Zhang Chen still only has 7 pitches. This is his third hitter facing. Lin Li got on base after 2 pitches. Chen Chengwei bunted on his first pitch. I'm pretty sure. So Li Hongyu coming in. Zhang Chen coming into this at bat with very low pitch count, and now he's only at 7.
Lin Hongyu hitting 375.
One is driven back to center field, and that will be a base hit. Lin Li from second comes in, and he will score on the plate. No throw to home plate. The ball stops at second. So man on first and second. Nobody out still for the Rakuten Monkeys, and they grab an early 1-0 lead.
Add another RBI for Lin Hongyu. 20 on the season already. As he's been getting back into it. Last season was pretty injury-filled for the Monkeys catcher / DH, but this season he's looked locked in, especially lately. Getting another look at that swing. Perfectly timed. He was not fooled at all. There's times when the batter just predicts perfectly what pitch is coming, and that was one of those times.
It will be first baseman Chen Junxiu at the plate now. He's coming into this game batting .308 so far this week, with a .538 slugging percentage, including Opotako. I think that was on Thursday. No, that was on Wednesday. Opotako versus the Brothers on Wednesday. That gave the Monkeys a big lead after Liang Jiarong had a tying home run, and then he came in with a 3-run homer in I forgot which inning it was. First pitch is fouled back. I'm not trying to flex too much here, but like doing the recaps can really. I have a pretty decent short-term memory. I can't remember things from I can't remember things from last week, but like. So far this week, because I have to go through a lot of clips, I kind of still remember. Like I can give you like when
you're locked in.
Chenchi had to Opotako the other day.
Like I mentioned,
Chenchi lays down the bunt, but seems like the ball went to the backstop and no contact made. So free base for the runners on base. So man on second and third now. The force outs are nullified. That's a wild pitch.
You can't be bunting there. 1.154 OPS leads the team. 2 walks yesterday, showing so much patience and just getting on base. It's the old Moneyball philosophy. Raise the OBP, get on base no matter what. With 2 runners on here, he is unquestionably the best hitter on the team. You can't be laying down the bunt with nobody out.
Well, maybe he can.
No, he can't. I don't like it.
Maybe he just
I don't like it at all. No. Not a fan. Either take a couple of pitches or go with your power.
And the pitch is a curveball in the dirt. We're seeing a lot of it's not like his Zhang Chen's command has been off. He's not a big velo guy, so and he's not a super pinpoint control guy. He relies a lot on his velo difference between his fastball and the curveball, but we're seeing him missing some curveballs. We're seeing him missing spots on his fastball. One of them was a line drive right up the middle, going to center field.
And if you're facing a guy like that where there isn't a massive velocity there, you have to be really alert on when he's missing his spots and take more pitches.
That one is a high fly ball to right field. Lin Anke gets under it. He makes a catch. Chen Chengwei from third will stroll home. And that is the second run for the Rakuten Monkeys. Li Hongyu stopped at second. Oh, no, he goes to third on the play as well. So sacrifice fly, and the Monkeys grab a 2-0 lead. And that will bring up left fielder Dimple Cannon, Zhu Yuxian.
So far this season, that is the most runs, I believe, Zhang Shenyan has given up in a single outing. So he's not had his stuff quite as much tonight, but I said, this is your big test. It's been Dragons, brothers, dragons. And the brothers, fair play. Really, really good team. The Dragons, a little bit behind. So if your sample size is mostly against them, you have to expect it to be tougher.
And that Dimple Cannon coming in with a 333 batting average so far this week. He's 5 for 15. So swing again. Especially some of the middle of the lineup guys this week for the Monkeys are finally connecting on their swing, connecting the ball on their swings. He had whoa. Okay, that's a 5 total bases. I thought it's because the total base and the Grand Slam was right next to each other. I was like, no way, he had 5 Grand Slams. No, but he has 5 total bases this week.
This is the most earned runs. Sorry, this is the most earned runs Zhang Zhenyan has given up in a start so far this season. It's been one, the last one, and then 1 earned run, 3 total. So I'm playing earned runs here rather than total. It's been 1-1-1 so far. He's already up to 2 in the first.
0-2 pitch. That one's going to opposite field, and that drops for a base hit. Li Hongyu will score, and that is another RBI single for the Rakuten Monkeys, and they go up 3-0. Do I sound too excited? Probably do. That is your top. The first 5 hitters Zhang Zhenyan faced today: 4 singles and 1 sacrifice fly, 3 RBI. Good news for him today. The Monkeys lineup. I mean, Yu Delong has been swinging quite well, but you can argue
very well.
Top 6, maybe top 5 are really good hitters. 7, 8, 9. We can probably some of those that you can probably take a breath if you're a catcher and a pitcher, but. It is he doesn't have to play, and he's hitting 421 this season.
Yeah, and he had 3 of the team's 5 hits yesterday. This is a key one. Right now, he's missing a lot. So if you're Rakuten at the plate, you just need to wait him out. You need to make him throw strikes. Otherwise, just keep the bat on your shoulder. One of the reasons why I wouldn't be inclined to worry about Zhang just yet is because only one of these batters has hit significant power. Last season might have been a home run from Chen Chun-Shou. That would have been
that one is a line drive to left field. Another base hit for the Rakuten Monkeys. That is the 2nd straight base hit for the Monkeys lineup. Man on first and second, 1 out. It will be the 7-8-9 Lin Zebing, Xu Yuhao, and Chou Dan coming up. Lefty, righty, lefty combo. So a lot of lefty matchups coming up for Zhang Zhenyan. But if you're Navarro, do you warm up pitchers in the bullpen?
Not yet. You need to see how he does against the lefties. So far, I was mentioning that I wouldn't be worried because mostly he's been missing his spots outside the strike zone, and there's only been 1 instance of power. That last pitch was a little bit more concerning because it was basically a meatball right down the middle. He's better against lefties than righties. That's a constant throughout his career. Right now, you need to see how he does against them. If he looks like this, then yes, you need to warm someone up.
389 batting percentage for Lin Zebing so far this season. The rookie takes, he's not a rookie, he's like a sophomore. Takes first pitch, strike down the middle, 0-1. That would be a pitch that if you're a more veteran hitter, especially if you're in the top 6 of this Monkeys lineup, you would have taken a hack at it. And if you're swinging a hot bat like they are the last couple of days, they probably will make good contact off it.
You need to be taking as much as possible here.
Curveball outside in the dirt, 1-1. No runners advanced. Good job by Lin Dayan for stopping the ball. Lin Dayan, of course, new name for Lin Youle from last year. I'll switch his name during the offseason. Probably last time I'll bring this up. It's been 6-7 weeks into the season. They decided to change his name during the offseason and comes in with Lin Dayan.
Zhang is being too cautious. He's trying to pitch around and just get corners of the strike zone, but it's resulting in too many pitches outside. He's pitching outside left against the right-handed hitters. He's now pitching outside right against the lefties. That's not going to work.
He'll be throwing his 21st pitch in this outing.
He'll be throwing a lot more if he keeps trying that strategy, and he'll probably be out by the 4th. So he needs to pound the strike zone right now, make the hitters swing, and then try and generate weak contact.
Swing and a miss on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say it's a fastball, but based on the velo, I'd probably say some sort of a no. That's a four-seamer based on the replay. But it's four-seamer today, rocking at 137 kilometers per hour. That's what, like 87, 86?
Yeah, that's low.
Maybe
That's
the gun
low.
is off, but that is quite concerning. Especially if he's working with the velo difference between his curveball and his fastball.
Right, and it's very low for his fastball. His peak is 145 kilometers. That's 90 miles per hour, and he leans on it.
Ball 3, as that one hits the corner of the zone, but does not get picked up. One thing that's a little bit consistent.
I'd be a little irritated with that one too if I was on the mound.
One thing that's a little bit more consistent so far, a lot of the slow pitches are just not getting picked up, and that is just. I'm not saying that's right at the same time. Out of all the missed calls, that's the consistent one so far this season.
Yeah, that's a missed strike call.
That full counter pitch hits the elbow and leans up, being so bases loaded, and that will bring up Xu Yihao. And let's see, there's no mound visit here either. 8-9 coming up, so in double play, you still get out of this inning.
Unless you're deciding to warm somebody up, a mound visit doesn't do anything here except make the pitcher overthink.
The last time,
let him do his thing.
The last time Patrick and I partnered on a game happening in Tainan, that game went on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. We are 20 minutes in, and we have 1 out of 54. So, yeah.
Good time, by the way, to give you the repertoire for it, Xiang Shenyan. He's mostly a two-pitch pitcher, which can get him into a little bit of trouble. He's a fastball, curveball guy. Like Daniel mentioned, focuses on shifting velocities between the two to try and fool the hitter. When it's working well, you'll see hitters missing. When it's not, you'll see, like that swing from Chen Chun Shou, batters not getting fooled by it and guessing correctly. Sometimes you'll throw the changeup just to try and mix it up. Sometimes you'll see the slider, though not as often. Thanks to Rob for the pitch info.
Xu Yihao at the plate. This is his fourth plate appearance this season, and that one is that was stripped to the foul territory at third base. He's hitting 0 because he didn't have a base hit out of his 3 plate appearances, but did have 1. That's not a walk, is it? Let me double check. Yeah, that's it. He got walked 1, so his on-base percentage is .333. He's a youngster came in, not a youngster actually. He came in 2013, played his first farm game back in 2013, and he's been always a development catcher first for the EDA Rhinos. Then he got drafted by the Lamigo Monkeys in 2014, and then stayed with the team until today. Swing and a miss, so 0-2 the count against the young catcher. That was a changeup, beautifully placed to get the inexperienced catcher.
Like, maybe more than anybody else, this is where you
that one is a line drive to opposite field, and that drops for a base hit. Lin Hongyu comes in to score, and Zhu Yixian score. Oh, you don't score as well. I got all the names wrong. But it's a 2 RBI single, his first base hit in the CPBL so far this season, and the Monkeys go up 5-0.
And the one exception to taking pitches is if you get a pitch right in the middle of the zone. Not the first time we've seen that this inning. That's the concerning one. And it concerned me when Yu Dalong got one to hit earlier on. It's when you get the pitch right in the middle is when you start to get really concerned, because it just means he's out there with essentially none of his stuff.
And good piece of hitting by the catcher as well. He went inside out on that one. Normally, if you try to pull that one, that mostly goes to foul territory, but he puts a good swing on it. Lin Zebing does stop at third, so you have men on the corners with 1 out.
And Daniel, it kind of makes my advice look a little bit bad if I say take pitches and then he immediately laces one. But I'm going to double down on that, because if you go into the batter's box against this guy right now, you have to go in, first off, waiting, because half his pitches have been in the dirt or way outside. But then you have to force him to pitch in the strike zone. And every time he's pitched in the strike zone so far, it's been dead on in the middle, which is your pitch to hit. And if you're hitting in this league, you probably know how to hit those.
The GOAT pitcher in the CPBL arguably is warming up in the bullpen. Pan Wei-luo, number 18, starting to toss as we go into where Zhang Chen is about to face the Chodan right fielder. Sorry, he's batting ninth.
This game might
lineup.
have a lot of conversational aspects as we go on, Daniel.
Well, there could be rain, so
from
that
our
could
perspective.
But,
that's true.
Well, something happens. I don't know what happened.
Oh, it's a rundown.
Rundown at first, between first and second, and the runner from third does not advance either. I think they were trying to go to execute some sort of a double steal, but Lin Zebing did not go from third, and Xu Yihao actually went after the pitch crossed the plate. So maybe he misread it and thought that it went to the backstop or something. Definitely some sort of miscommunication. I think they were looking for the double play because Xu Yihao was staring at third base while he was getting caught in the rundown. But things are being stayed put. So man on third, 2 outs, and that one goes back up the middle. That's a base hit. Monkey scored the 6th run of the game. And they're up 6-0. And if you look, so that's one way around the lineup. And the 2 outs that the Lions got so far, one was a sac fly, one was a caught stealing. There was a miscommunication on the base path, and 6 runs scored.
Not great. I don't really have anything else to say on that one.
It's also interesting because it's a Monkeys-Lions game, and I've put myself out there if I'm a Monkeys fan. You're trying to be neutral, but you've also went out there and said you're a Lions fan. So it's actually pretty.
I have considered doing dual watch-alongs for the same Monkeys-Lions game where we act a little bit more biased, just for fun.
We probably have to do that by later this game if
we have to do it at
if the score gets out of control.
At least later this season.
Maybe. But
if this goes 5 hours, I'm not going into a different feed to commentate alone. Believe me.
I mean, we don't have to go to a different feed. I didn't mention unbiased English watch along. So we can do
let's go back and forth based on inning.
Yeah.
My stream is down, by the way. So
your stream is down. I will do my best to explain what's happening. But Daddy Pie does not look very happy right now. Swing and a miss on a 1-1 count. So fastball up in the zone. Liu swung through that one. His first at bat, same inning, obviously, as we were in the first. And he got a base hit. And that basically started the rally. This inning. Man on first, 1-2 the count. That one is a foul ball to the first base side. And if you're the Monkeys offense, that caught stealing. That was probably a quite conventional Asian traditional play calling where you try to get as many runs as possible. But at the same time, that kind of killed a little bit of momentum. It gave a free out away. You didn't even get a run. You didn't advance anybody. That's a line drive to left field. Another base hit as the curveball comes into Ling Li, and he put a good barrel on it. Cho then stays at second. He gets back in time. So another base hit. That's the 3rd base hit in a row for the Rakuten Monkeys lineup. All singles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 singles for the Rakuten Monkeys. 1 hit by pitch, 1 sac fly, and so far, I said earlier, 8 singles for this lineup. But you don't see that a ton. You see big rallies over and over again, but all singles, and you just don't see that a lot.
Well, this season we're seeing it a little bit more just because of the ball. But yeah, last season, this is especially concerning for Xiangchen Yan because last season his big Achilles heel was, again, power. And really there hasn't been a ton of that. So, there's cause for concern here, but there's less cause for concern for him because of his 3 starts before this. So, yeah, not a good one.
And center fielder Chen Wei steps into the plate. 1-0 the count is a fastball in there. 1-1. This inning, his last at bat was this inning. Got on base with a bunt single. Went to the first base side. Gofflin came in, did not. I feel like whenever I explain what happened in his last at bat, normally it works because it probably happened
it's like 3 innings ago. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like probably happened 30, 40 minutes ago. But like in this case, it literally happened like this inning, and probably I'm not sure because it has been 20 minutes since that at bat.
Normally in these games we say, okay, well, we'll talk about the other topics if there's a rain delay and you can ask your question. We're going to need your questions, I feel like.
Fastball outside.
Not bold to say so.
Yep. Outside 3-1. I'm looking at how many. There has not been any time this season where an inning had more than 7 or more singles. So that is confirmed. I'm checking the record for this. Well, let's look at his record overall. That's fastball inside, and that is a walk on Chen Wei. So bases loaded once again, and Coach Navarro is coming out. Looks like it will be. I don't know. Actually, I don't. Nope. Actually, Daddy Pie stays in the dugout, but he is very, very unpleasant. So
yeah, sometimes you see the pitching coaches come out for the pitching change as well. Jaime Navarro, former MLB pitcher for many years for the Brewers and other teams. There is a new pitcher coming in. I believe it's Pan Wei Lin.
Yeah, that is Pan Wei Lin coming in for the Uni Lions. So 0.2 innings, no strikeouts, one walk, many base hits, 8 base hits. And so far 6 runs, but the 3 base runners on base are his responsibility, and it will be Pan Wei Lin coming in. So far this season, like I said earlier, no runs scored, no inning had more than 7 runs scored, or 7 or more runs scored. I just took that back and went going back way to 1990, and there had been 6 times. It's only 6 occurrences in the history of the CPBL where. Oh, no. That's just base hits. Hold on.
Well, while Daniel's figuring that out, I'll give you the stats this season so far for Pan Wei Lin. 12 innings pitched. He has a 2.25 ERA, a 1.50 whip. Much better than last season, but so is just about anything, to be honest. He's had an incredible career, but last season just really didn't come together for him. Strikeout to walk, he's walked 3. He has struck out 7, looking so much better this season. It's so nice to see for a guy, like Daniel said, might be one of the best, if not at least top 3 in this league's history.
The computer is still running as I just changed up my qualifications, criteria a little bit. So it is a lot of stats to go through. So we'll take a minute for the computer to run that one.
Getting a look at his Xiangshen Yan's stats after today. His whip goes up to 1.36, ERA up to 3.06, which I think tells you how good he was before here, that his ERA is only 3.06.
That's a very Lions way to look at it.
Yeah, but that number is going to go up if those inherited runners do score. It's on Pan to stop the damage. And I mean, Daniel, you can say that if you want, but Xiangshen Yan before today, a 1.06 ERA. He had been their ace on a staff that includes Tim Melville and Brock Dykesarn and Teddy Stankovitz. He was really, really good, but today something wasn't there. Velocity seemed down. He was missing badly, and when he wasn't missing, it was just essentially boom right in the middle of the plate. I have a feeling something was up today.
1-0 count against DH Lin Hongyu fouls her back. There has been 14 times in the CPBL history where a lineup has hit 8 singles in an inning. The last time it happened was 2020, the surprise, during the big, the super home run super offense era, and that was the CTBC brothers versus the Uni Lions. And I don't know what the result of that game. That one is ripped to the left, but Su Zhijie makes the catch for the third out of the game. So 8 base hits, 1 hit by pitch, 1 sacrifice fly, and 1 walk, 1 caught stealing, and 1 fly out. That results in a 6-run inning, which took 32 minutes. And we head to the bottom of this first inning. The Lions will be having their first crack at it, being down 6-0.
Daniel clicked play on this live stream 53 minutes ago as we head to the bottom of the first. It's going to be an afternoon, isn't it?
I think we need to stop doing this together. I think we need to stop doing these cooperations because certainly something's not working.
It's been a bit of a jinx, hasn't it? I'll give Daniel a chance to rest his vocal cords a little bit because he was talking for quite a long time there. The Uni President Lions starting lineup will go like this. It's Chen Jieshen leading things off. He is the DH. Then Shang Wei-sheng is playing center field. Yesterday, he had 3 hits at center field. That was 50% of the team's hit total. Lin Anke is batting third, playing right field. Then Guo Fulin at first. Lin Zihao is the third baseman. Su Zhijie is the left fielder. Lin Jinkai, the second baseman. Lin Zai'an is the catcher. Lin Zhu Xie is the shortstop. Monkeys defensively, Xu Yushen in left, Chen Chenwei in center, and Zhu Dan in right. Left, right in the infield is Lin Li, Yu Delung at shortstop, Lin Zipin at second base. First baseman is Chen Shuzhou. You know all this already because they were up at the plate for basically an hour. Behind the plate is Xu Yu Hao. On the mound is Wang Wei Chen. Did I give your vocals enough chance to recover after the half-hour inning, Daniel?
Sure. Thank you, Patrick.
You're welcome, Daniel.
The last time the Uni Lions, the last time the Recruited Monkeys franchise had an inning of 8 or more singles was 2013, July 14th, and that was against the EDA Rhinos. And that was in the second inning, but they don't show you the score. They had 11 total bases in that game. I wonder how many total bases they had in this game so far.
Wang Wei Chen is taking his warm-up pitches. He's 2-1 so far this season with a 2.36 ERA in 26 2/3 innings. He's got 16 strikeouts, That's pretty good. Only 5 walks. That's really good. He's improving so much this year on the mound, and it's so nice to see for fans of the ball club. Last time out, he went 6 2/3, 5 hits, struck out 3. The big thing for him, much like Xiang, done a really good job limiting the long ball. He allowed 19 last season, only 2 this season. Everything highlighted by a brilliant outing on my birthday, where he gave up only the 1 run, struck out 6 over 8 innings.
That was an 8+. He was trying to go for the shutout versus the Dragons in Jiayi, but didn't. But they did get the win eventually, but he was subbed off in the 9th inning. 3 balls to start his at-bat against DH Chen Jieshen, who's a dangerous hitter to walk. He did get a couple of steals, at least 1 steal last game, and came in to score the 3rd run for the Uni Lions yesterday. 3-0 the count, and that one is a pitch inside, strike 1.
He's a ground ball pitcher when he's on, and he gets more ground outs against the lefties. He's a very similar pitcher to Xiang, actually. If you look at both of them historically, both had rough seasons last year, both pitch better when they're getting a lot of ground balls, and both need to limit home runs. It's a good recipe for both of them, and it's worked so far for both of them.
Trying to jinx them, huh? Trying to jinx them the same way you jinxed down Chen, huh?
But you look at his 8.93 ERA against the Lions last season, which you shared on the league account, and I think it would be very difficult for him to be up that high again this year against the Lions.
A leadoff walk against Chen Jieshen. So a leadoff man is on base just like last inning. And that will bring up center fielder Zhang Wei-sheng. He's playing center field today. He did also play center field yesterday, also batted second, and drove in Chen Jieshen for the 3rd run for the Uni Lions.
The biggest difference between these two pitchers is their experience. I mean, Wang Wei-chun, 2018 fourth overall pick. He's only 22. There's also the lefty-righty thing. Wang is a righty. Xiang is a lefty. I'm looking at their pitch speeds. Pitching velocity is not Xiang's strength, and it's much higher for Wang Wei-chun. His peak is around 93 miles per hour when he's on. That's 151.
Wang Wei-chun in his career facing Zhang Wei-sheng, who's at the plate, is 349, so that's a 333 batting average, but has a slugging percentage of 778, and that is thanks to a double and a home run out of the 3 hits. So 1 single, 1 double, and 1 home run, and that skyrockets his slugging percentage to 778 in 10 at bats.
And they play the hot hand a little bit in the outfield with Xiang Wei-sheng last season, with Tong Xiaoting a little bit, who had a resurgence.
I want to chopper to short, and the Rakuten Monkeys do not turn the double play. They get Chen Jiexian at second base, but the throw to first was a little bit late, and also Chen Jiexian did not scoop up the ball cleanly. But that is still the first out for Wang Wei-chun, a little bit earlier than Jiang Chengyan last inning.
Even if the throw is caught at first base by Chen Chun-shou, it's late. It was the bounce it took right after the plate. It took a really abrupt bounce, bounced really high in the air, and just that amount of time is enough for a medium to quick runner to get over to first if there's a toss over to second first.
2020 right fielder Lin Anke is at the plate now.
It was a bit closer than I thought, but I still think he's safe if he makes the play.
Bianca's hitting .522 in his career versus Wang Wei-chun. 28 at-bats, or 28 plate appearances, 23 at-bats. 12 out of 23 is their career matchup so far. Lianca's swing was really good last year. This year, like many hitters, took a little bit of a dip. And that is, again, not uncommon in the 2021 season.
Just about everybody, really.
Yeah. He has a 10.43 slugging percentage versus Wang Wei-chun. That is thanks to 4 homers. So 8 singles and 4 home runs versus Wang Wei-chun for Lianca. 24 total bases. That one is a changeup down low once again with the count 1-1. So ball 2 now. Zhang Wei-sheng at first base. Again, like
on the hill,
Patrick
you'll see.
No, go ahead.
No, you're talking about something I said. It's obviously important. I'll let you go.
No, but you're speaking, so obviously you're important, and you go.
I am. I have a repertoire for you.
That one is a line drive to the gap in right center field, and that one is a base hit. Zhang Wei-sheng goes to third on the play. Lianca stays at first base. It's a single for the Uni Lions. Men on the corners now. It's a little bit of deja vu for the Rakuten Monkeys defense, but this time they're on the other side of this rally.
Yeah, you're right. It's seeming a little bit familiar, isn't it? Just want to give you the repertoire for Wang Wei-chun. You're going to see the slider and the fork ball, as well as a cutter and a curve. It's a 4-pitch mix. You're going to see a changeup really rarely, but it's mostly the 4-pitch mix. Again, thanks to Rob.
Guo Fuling at the plate now, the first baseman. Now, he's been moved to first base after Lin Zihao established himself as a third baseman, and the Lions in the last 2-3 years have been trying to find a replacement for Gao Guoqing. Guo Fuling had been on that list for a long time, and so far they're trying to experiment him being at first. That one's foul to left field. That was a scary one for Wang Wei-chun. But Guo Fuling coming into this game, hitting .231 this week after 4 games played. 13 at-bats, 3 base hits, so 3 for 13 with 2 RBI and 2 runs scored.
Sign right there has
the fly ball to center field. Chen Chenwei makes the catch. Zhang Wei-sheng will come in to score the first run for the Uni Lions, so they cut the lead down to 6-1. And Guo Fuling got himself an RBI.
Seems a bit anticlimactic, but I was just going to mention how that sign has the old Uni Lions logo on it, and I really like the old Uni Lions logo.
How old? How like the white one?
No, the one right before this one, the cartoony one.
Oh,
Yeah.
No, that one's still
like
the logo for their website.
Is it?
Yeah, if you go to their website, not on the website, but you know how like sometimes on the tab they will have their logo.
Yeah,
And
the
on the tab thing,
they haven't updated the favicon, is what you're saying.
yeah, Lianka goes on the pitch on the first pitch of the at bat, and he is safe, I think, because no throw in a second. Lin Zihao at the plate, the rookie third baseman, hitting .313 so far this season. 1 home run. He had a huge bat flip with that one against the CTBC brothers in Taichung, and 8 RBI as well. Bianca stayed at first base, so no steals there. 0-1 the count is a changeup down to the zone, ball 1.
Just want to give you an out-of-town score. It is 2-0 for the Fubon Guardians. They're in the top of the second because they're a normal baseball game. But, yeah, 2-0. Both runs scored in that top of the second. Yep.
We're 1 out away from the top of the second. So
yeah, but
slow as well.
Fair.
Change up, down low, ball 2. So that makes me feel a little bit better. You guys did not choose the wrong game. Even though this one taking very long, but it's not that much better on the other side.
Starter for the CTBC brothers today is Chen Kai-wen. So he's given up 2 already. Evan in the chat says, I think I heard somewhere last year that Zhang Weisheng is the younger brother of Zhang Jinde.
Yes. Zhang Yucheng, Zhang Yucheng is Zhang Jinde and Zhang Weisheng are brothers.
There you go.
Let me just double check on that one. To the count, that one is ripped to right field, and that one will be caught by Chodan despite a fabulous bat flip.
I'm not sure that was a conscious bat flip, and more I need to get the bat out of my hands, and I don't really want to drop it, so let's just see where it goes.
So 1 base hit, 1 sacrifice fly, 1 fielder's choice, 1 walk, and 1 fly out. The Lions score 1 as we head to the top of the second inning. Score is 6-1.
This game took its sweet time when it comes to finding a break in the action. But the big news around the league right now, the Weichuan Dragons looking for a couple of foreign players after they were deserted by their star pitcher, Jake Brigham. He decided he was too good for... No, I'm kidding. But he's been phenomenal. And a KBO team came calling, so he decided to go back to his old team. They'll be looking for a replacement there. Rosel Herrera is the one I want to talk about, because one of the links right now, Daniel, is that they're looking for a hitter. Rosel Herrera leads the team in OBP, but he's only hitting .277, only has a couple home runs. Do you think they'll be looking for an upgrade on him, or do you think they'll stick to the pitcher right now?
Stick to the pitcher? I mean, stick
to like just getting 1 foreign pitcher right now.
No, they're looking for 1 fielder and 1 pitcher because
right.
They're looking to replace Rosel Herrera.
Right, but I'm saying,
yep.
Do you think that's a little bit premature? Do you think they should stay with Herrera, or do you think they should do a bit of an overhaul and get 2 new names in?
I love Herrera. I think he would be a great addition to any other lineups in the CPBL because he's really good at making good contact. But the Weichuan Dragons need slugging. And he's slugging like .375 or something along those lines. That is not enough. He has 3 extra base hits all season, 2 homers, and 1 double. That's it. And that is not good enough for the Weichuan Dragons because, again, they trail in hitting, and especially they trail in power, and they need somebody to come in and to help with that. Rosel Herrera has been really good, and I really like him. But his expertise so far, especially in the CPBL, has not been the long ball, and the Weichuan Dragons need that a lot.
Back to the action. If you have a question for us, let us know in the comments. We're reading.
Top of the second inning, we go Pan Wei-Luan, first base is Chen Jun, so that one's fouled to the first base side. Just to answer Evan's question again, Zhang Weisheng is the younger brother of Zhang Jinde. That is confirmed. Zhang Jinde is the eldest brother of 5. Zhang Yucheng is the third. Oldest one, and Zhang Weisheng is the youngest one out of the 5. That one is
Speculation from
up the middle. Sorry about that, Patrick. That's a lead-off single for Chen Junxiu. And the Monkeys have a man aboard. That will bring up left fielder Zhu Yuxian. This is the 9th single for the Rakuten Monkeys in this game. And all 9 hits as well are all singles.
Speculation in the chat that the hitter could be Justin Boer. Boer right now is in the minor league camp for the San Francisco Giants in MLB. So don't know how likely it is that he'll get released before the minor league teams start playing. But, he has some experience in NPB. Not really a huge power guy anymore, was in 2017, but not really since then. No, I guess he had some power in NPB. He hit 17 home runs, so more than I thought. But he really did regress in like 2018, 2019 in the major leagues. So I'm not convinced that's the massive boost they would want.
The ball catches the elbow guard of Dimple Cannon. So man out first and second. Nobody out. The first 2 hitters get on base once again for the Rakuten Monkeys. Now, you bring up the release, whether the players will be Justin Boer will be released. Based on the reports, based on what Daddy Leaf had been talking to the media about, he did mention there will be a buyout clause that the Dragons have to pay for the fielder. So maybe that does not have to be a.
It seems with
that one
Boer,
is a grounder to first base goal. Well, I just don't know. Did not see if they bunted or not. But nevertheless, the runners advance with 1 out as shortstop. Udalong gets tagged out. Well, it gets thrown out at first.
Since Boer's a minor league deal, it seems almost more likely that he would just be released in order to pursue the opportunity, similar to some of the KBO language that we saw. It's not. I was talking to Rob, and we were talking about how I guess that's not as common a term when it comes to CPBL. But right now, we're seeing an increase in quality of players coming over. Last year, a couple of MLB players essentially came right over. So it seems more likely that Justin Boer would ask for a release and get granted one, then there would be a buyout. I think they're aiming higher if the word buyout's being used.
Lin Zebing at the plate now. He was thrown at in the first inning. Came home to score on Chodan's RBI single. That one, the first pitch is a ball up high. Man on second and third with 1 out. So by the way, Udalong did bunt earlier. My mistake. Did not. I was looking at the other stats, but. So Udalong did bunt, and now you have men in scoring position, 1 out, and the infield playing half in for the Lions. 1-0 pitch. That one is a fastball inside. Strike 1.
Getting a bit of rosin on the hands. I haven't monitored it this season, but I feel like I haven't seen the whole puff of smoke from the rosin off the baseball as much.
That is thanks to Daddy Whip. That one is a fly ball to left center field, and Su Zhijian makes the catch as he waves off Zhang Weisheng, and Chen Zhishou does not go, so unproductive out there for Lin Zebing as the runner stay put. Man on second and third still with the catcher Xu Yuhao at the plate.
Nothing too much to say about that one. A typical play from the defensive perspective. 2 outfielders calling for it, but 1 letting up at the proper time. Good stuff.
Xu Yuhao in his last inning got on base with the base hit, had a 2 RBI single, but got caught stealing between first and second. I would explain the play, but it did happen like 15 minutes ago. That one, swing and a miss on a fastball. Down Broadway, 0-1. So with that single in the last inning, he has himself his first base hit of the 2021 season. He's currently hitting 1 for 3. So perfect, 333 batting average. Swing and a miss once again, 0-2. According to the Taiwanese baseball wiki page, Xu Yuhao got into baseball by joining the Lanniu Bears summer camp. Now, he's a bit older, so I'm pretty sure we weren't in the same camp. But I also attended the Lanniu Bear summer camp back in 2007.
How'd you do?
Swing and a miss. 3-pitch strikeout for the veteran pitcher, Pan Wei-Lun. So even though the first two batters get on base, a bunt and a flyout and a strikeout prevent them from scoring. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Score is 6-1.
How did you do in that baseball thing?
I was in first grade, so it's not like but
it's not like it mattered.
I got my first ever at bat, like ever in like a quote unquote game. I got hit. And so that is pretty much. I mean, that summer camp, and I got hit. Basically,
the last year I played softball was grade 9, and I had got a hit 12 straight times to finish out the year. And then with my last at bat, to extend it as my last ever at bat, I struck out. Or I grounded out. I don't think I struck out. It was pretty hard to strike out. But I ended at 12 for 12 in the most unsatisfying way possible. So that's fun.
Well, I don't really know how to comfort people. So they're there.
Just say, you tried.
You tried.
I did try.
I ended my high school baseball career by hitting a ball right back to the pitcher on a ball right down the middle. But then I was playing with a torn ligament in my left ankle as well.
Oh my gosh.
So I thought I had. I mean, it was a last game of like our career. We had like 8 seniors, so that was like our last one. And I actually told my coach, I was like, dude, I can't, like, I probably will be more productive on the bench than on the field. And he's like, dude, it's your last. Well, but it's also like the play for 7th place. So it wasn't like a championship game that mattered. So like my coach is like, dude, it's a final game, stay in the game. And then it was like man on first and second, 1 out, I guess. And then it was like the ball right down the middle, and I tried to put a swing on it. First pitch in the bottom of the second inning, ball 1. I'm going to finish telling my story because it's about my life, and it's the most important life in the world.
Definitely.
That was a ball right down the middle, and I think I put a pretty good barrel on it. If I had full power, probably at least be like a grounder up the middle or something like that. But I went straight back to the pitcher. Then went to third for the force out. And then because like we need like it was fighting for 7th place, and we were playing a very closed conference, so like we know each other very well. We know each other, that we knew that we were the worst teams in the conference. So like we weren't really playing to like win, like just making sure that we were playing with good sportsmanship. And they're like credit to them, they threw to third base, and apparently, according to my teammates, if they had thrown to first base, they would have gotten me out. But because they saw me kind of like limping, kind of thing, so they didn't go to first, and so I was safe at first base. But then also, man, I need to do more base running with my torn ankle. So it was like, happy and sad kind of at the same time. That being said, Wang Weijun is facing a 3-1 count versus left fielder Su Zhijie. That was a fun story, I guess. Oh, we're still on the top of the first. Hold on a second.
Well, Daniel's fixing that as the 3-1 is grounded right back to second. Or actually, it looked like it was on the line. Sorry for that. Quick out there. Just some umpire analysis for you as we have Peng Shu. I'm going to mess that up. Let me do that again. Peng Shu Yun behind the plate. He's a hitter's umpire. Bigger zone depending on the moment, it looks like. Mostly consistent, but gets a little bit bigger with 2 strikes. And he calls the high strike. So that's your umpire behind the plate today. Thanks to Ryan Chen for that info.
Thank you, Michael. Great flashback. I'll put that on the screen just to show that to the world. First pitch to Lin Jinkai was a curveball in the zone. Second pitch is the fastball in the dirt, 1-1. Lin Jinkai coming in, hitting .261 on the season. I mean, last year he wasn't the greatest hitter, And actually, I talked about that, I think, somewhere. I must have talked about it sometime during my watch along with my podcast. But right now he's sitting 261. So I think he either didn't dip that much or he actually improved. But yeah, I mean, he's mostly in there for defensive, for his defensive abilities.
Yeah.
No, actually, he did improve. No, yeah, he did improve. Last year he hit 243. Right now he's hitting 261. So a rare improvement, even though there was not that much space going down.
But he's also still super. He's still super young. He's only entering his third season, only 20 right now. So there's going to be improvement. And
line drive to left field, and that one is a base hit, and he goes all the way to the wall in left field. Lin Jinkai goes to second, and pretty much will stop there. It's a 1-out double for the Uni Lions. Second inning in a row, the Lions occupy a scoring position.
If you're looking for someone where the improvement is legitimate rather than, just another year, it's going to be the guys who are improving in a big way with the ball not being the same as it was last season. So it's going to be the hitters who maybe struggled a little bit last season and have found a way to fix their problems. Looking here, he's actually a little bit early on that swing, got it off the end of the bat. That's why it went into left. Just found a nice spot where no fielder was really hitting. Should have maybe been a single, but he'll take the double.
So man on second now with catcher Lin Dai-an at the plate, number 31. He's hitting 317 so far this season. First pitch is a curveball, drops in there for a strike. Could be a dangerous pitch right there.
There's another hitter that comes to mind other than Lin Jinkai when it comes to improvement in a big way this season, but it's a little bit less.
That one is driven to left field for another base hit. Lin Jinkai from second will come in, and the throw is not in time. Lin Dai-an goes to second on the throw, so it's an RBI single, and Lions cut the lead down to 6-2.
You've got to throw to second there. That was another one where it should have probably been a single. It should definitely have been a single this time. You throw to second to make sure the runner stays there, because that runner's probably scoring. He put himself in a position to score with that last at-bat by taking the extra base. You're up big. Throw to second. Preserve what you can. This one run is not going to matter for you. The other batter that caught my eye when it comes to improvement this season, and I'm a little bit less convinced of this one, is Chen Zihao. He's hitting 308. He's cooled off a bit. Over 288 from last season, where the juice ball was in the middle. I mean, it's going to affect the look back at 2020, no matter how you look at it. It's going to be one of the topics. This season, he has improved a little bit. I think we're seeing him come back down to earth just a little bit, but Lin Jinkai is young enough to where I think it's legitimate approach differences and legitimate improvement. And I think when he gets more consistent and he becomes a good middle of the order bat for this team, they'll really, really enjoy that.
0-1 to count, fastball, foul to the first base side. Lin Zujie at the plate. Struggling at the plate for the shortstop, hitting 152. But defensively might be the most stable shortstop for the Uni Lions in a very long time, actually. Not just this week. But not just 100%. This year, but just overall.
Definitely the most stable shortstop. He's going to give you nothing on offense, but...
That one is a pop fly to right field. Cho Dan gets under it. He makes the catch. Lin Dai-an stays at second base. 2 outs for the rookie.
And if Lin Jinkai is hitting more consistently, you can afford to have the other spot be purely defense, because it's not both of them being purely defense. Coming into this season, we thought, Lin Zujie at short, Lin Jinkai at second, not a lot of offense in both spots. That's really going to hold you back. Probably need to play Chen Shengting. But if Lin Jinkai is the guy hitting, you can afford to have a defense first guy at shortstop, and that's massive for them.
Chen Jieshen at the plate now, DHing tonight. He got on base with a walk in the first inning. He's hitting 300, perfectly 300 so far in this season. First pitch is a strike, 0-1. Chen Jieshen this week is hitting 462. He's 6 for 13 this week in 4 games played.
And you know what? That doesn't even tell the whole story because he had 3 walks yesterday, which means his OBP is even higher.
OBP 611.
Yep,
OPS
really good.
1073. But all 6 hits are singles, which is, again, nowadays meaning on 2021, not uncommon.
That is more like the Chen Shen we saw last season. That was on top of pretty much every leaderboard, 100 overall, and whatever video game rating system you want to use. He's coming back.
Pitch down low, and one way you're not happy with the mound.
The way this batting order is constructed today is no accident for the Uni Lions. I'm not saying it ever is, but today specifically, Chen Shen and Shang Wei Sheng, the top 2. Yesterday against Ryan Bollinger, no, that's wrong. Against Huang Zupeng, it was Bollinger the previous day. Huang Zupeng got there in the end. Chen Shen with the 3 walks, but the 6 hits, one of them was Chen Shen's. 3 of them were Shang Wei Sheng's.
That one is ripped to right field, but goes to foul territory. That one had the distance, but did not have the direction.
He definitely thought he had it.
And now you're looking at a 2-2 count versus Chen Jiexian. And you're right. I mean, right now Chen Jiexian hitting 300, and you might go, "Oh, that's a little bit below average of what you would just start the season." Hitting 176? That one goes pop up the left field. Zhu Yuxian makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. So 1 double, 1 single, 2 flyouts, and 1 line out. 1 run scored for the Uni Lions. Top of the 3rd inning we go. 6-2 the score, and by this pace, we will finish the game 6-9. Nice. Just need to put that out there. Nice score.
All right. That pace doesn't sound right. Anyway, going back to my around the league storylines, since we're in between innings, if you have any comments, let us know. But we were talking about the Dragons. We were talking about Herrera. Now I want to focus on Jake Brigham and what qualities you would look for in your Jake Brigham replacement if you were the Dragons.
Good pitcher. I mean,
looking for a little more than that.
I don't pay attention to the foreign player market at all because I don't watch the MLB as much as I used to. I definitely don't watch the minor league baseball, and I don't think the MPB or the KBL will be letting go any of their foreign pitchers that would be worthy for the CPBL team to pick up. So you're asking around.
So maybe you're looking at 2020 KBO pitchers.
The question goes back to you. I didn't watch a single pitch of the KBO last year either, so I have no idea who's playing for them. But KBO the question goes back to you. Yes.
Yeah, KBO was good stuff last year. I haven't looked at the foreign player list from last year to see if anybody notable is off the team. Obviously, with Carpenter Miranda going, there's at least 2 spots that have changed over, and Jake Brigham going over will mean someone else. But you're probably looking for ex-KBO arms at this point because those are players that are accustomed to not playing within the MLB ecosystem and probably are more warmed up than players who have been in the MLB minor league camp, etc. So that's probably where I'd look. I remember Rob suggesting that's where teams look to. It seems like the best bet.
Leading off for the Rakuten Monkeys in the 3rd will be Chodan, and then followed by the top of the lineup. So 9-1-2 coming up for this Rakuten Monkeys lineup. Chodan coming in 1 for 1 with an RBI single in the 1st inning and stranded at 3rd. Again, that was a 13-man inning. 12-man inning for the Rakuten Monkeys in the 1st. Powell was still on the mound. He got out of the inning the 1st with fly ball to left. Allowed a base hit and then a hit by pitch that just scraped the elbow guard and then got 3 consecutive outs to get out of that jam. Some sort of a game delay on the field.
Yeah, we're getting a look into the bullpen right now for the Lions. Someone else stretching, so it does not appear like they're going to treat this like a Palm Lim start. It's going to be a bullpen game.
Cho then takes the first pitch, strike on the outside part of the plate.
And that makes sense. I mean, last year, Palm Lim made a bunch of starts, but you have to stretch out a little bit more beforehand and get more accustomed to starting if you want to go right back in after being in the bullpen for a while. So under short notice, yeah, probably would prefer a bullpen game than having an ex-starter who didn't do so well as a starter last season for multiple innings out there, beyond 2 or 3.
0-2, the countdown one's foul to the third base side. Evan, congratulations on your Lions fan anniversary. Now that it is officially April 25th. I think we're starting to approach that 1-year anniversary for a lot of foreign fans out there. About this time last year was when the CPBL started to catch up among foreign fans. That one is a grounded to first base. Guo Fuling bobbles it, but still in time to get Chodan at first base. So first hitter is out for the Rakuten Monkeys in this inning. First time that happened this game.
It's been over a year since 11 Sports decided to do 5 trial English commentary games. It does not feel like it's been a year, does it? That's pretty wild.
Well, do you think? Did you thought that was shorter or longer than a year?
In other areas throughout 2020, I felt like it's longer, but in a lot of it, it feels like I blinked. I remember exactly what I was doing when I turned on that game for the first time, and that was
it's a fly ball to right field. Lianka goes to the foul line, and that hits. Basically, that was right between himself and the diamond seats out there in right field. Not a big fan of diamond seats. The Rakuten Monkeys kind of invented it, and then the Lions kind of follow suit. But not a big fan of it. I think I've never been there. I've never sat there, so pretty sure if I sit there, it'll be much cooler. At the same time, I'm not a big fan of affecting the field of play that much.
I'm fine with it visually and from a baseball standpoint, but as a person, I wouldn't really want to be. I wouldn't be feeling jazzed about the possibility of being hit in the head by a sharp line drive.
Oh yeah, you talked about that. You had the best seats in the world, and you decided to go up and sit in the freaking bleachers.
Great story. So what happened? No, I didn't sit. We had seats on the third base side of Rogers Center, like down right behind, not right behind, but like in the nice 100 area.
Right field, Ling Yang makes the catch for out number 2.
And they were excellent, except it was really hot. Didn't bring a hat. Good on me. So it was blaring down on me. Super, super, super hot in the middle of summer in Toronto, which is like, I'm not comparing it to Taiwan because I have never been to Taiwan, but I know Taiwan's extremely hot and humid in the summer. It's got a reputation for it. Daniel, you can probably agree with me.
Sure.
Okay, there we go. Daniel,
Canada, so I don't know how hot it is in Canada. Maybe like 25 degrees is hot in Canada, for all I know.
No, like in summer, this was at least 35 degrees Celsius, beating down on me. Humid, hot, no clouds. No dome on. Thank you very much. And then I just went like, you know what? First off, I need water. Didn't bring any. Gonna buy some $5 water. And then I went up and I watched the game under the shade from the outfield right above the bullpen standing area over the fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
1-1 to count versus center fielder Chen Shenwei. He's 1 for 1 with the walk in the second inning. A single in the first. That one's going to the opposite field, but caught by Su Zhijie for the third out of the inning. So the first 3 up, 3 down for the Uni Lions in this game. We head to the bottom of the 7th. 6-2 remains the score, and we're still on pace to have a 6-9 final score, which will be a nice final score.
Michael says Warwick Sopold could be a good name. I was also looking up Warwick earlier. He was involved in an altercation outside a bar in 2016. That's the kind of thing that gets signings vetoed in the Taiwanese league. So probably not going to see him.
Yeah, I mean, if I like go to my, the OOTP market looks, my OOTP market looks probably a little bit different, but probably
Yeah.
not that much different from what the real team's looking at. I signed Danny Salazar, and Urban Santana, and Clay Buchholz, Cody Anderson for my teams.
Urban Santana is not a free agent, first off. So that
well,
list
he
is
was
gonna
in my. I mean, I'm saying my market
right.
is different. I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I didn't say that they would go out and sign.
No,
Urban Santana.
100%.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't. But OTP is also quite easy. I mean, their foreign pitchers are super cheap to sign. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if
Out of the
that's
park
realistic.
nails a lot. I'm not sure it nails the foreign pitcher market for leagues that aren't MLB.
Which is very nice. He's good pitchers.
This year they added the KBO license like properly and everything. So they got purchased by Come To Us, which is a Korean mobile game developer, and I guess that allowed them to get the license.
Yeah, every single time I start a game, especially a CPBL game, my first move, no matter how good, probably, yeah, because I always play the monkeys. The first move is always not to sell the foreign pitchers, but to buy new foreign pitchers and then try to trade away the old ones and see if I can get good bullpen pieces out of it. So basically, I started with the cheat code because that's not real. Like, it's not realistic to sign an MLB player at a very cheap price for a CPBL team. And it is also not realistic to trade a foreign pitcher away for a domestic arm. First pitch against Zhang Weishen in the third inning is a strike down the middle for a strike. 0-1 to count.
You could have stopped with it's not realistic to trade in CPPL. But yeah, Urban Santana is pitching for the Kansas City Royals right now, so he's not really going to be available for Asian teams at the moment.
Second pitch, also a strike, 0-2 the count with that breaking ball. I always do unrealistic trades. Like, even when I had MLB The Show back in the day, like, I would do a trade every single day because that's like the funnest thing to do besides playing the actual game.
I try to stay more realistic, but I don't always
I wanted to ground up
what
the middle.
Game thinks.
Lead off single for Zhang Weishen.
I don't always listen to what the game thinks is realistic.
Yeah, it's just no matter how good they try to code it, I think there's always a way to make it unrealistic.
Yeah.
Because it is not real. Right fielder Ling Anke will be coming up to the plate. He had a base hit in the first. Yeah, base hit in the first. Did not have the RBI. Guo Fuling had the RBI.
Yeah. Can we see your scorecard?
I mean,
there we go.
That?
No, but my monitor's tiny. I wasn't really doing it for me. I was doing it for our loyal fans.
Looking back at the single earlier, Lin Zebin looked like he had a shot, but a little bit too far from the hit. That one is a fly ball to left field, way too high. Zhu Yishan has to come in, and he does make the catch. Zhang Weishen goes back to first base. Zhu Yishan was playing very deep, respecting Lianke's power, but the fly ball did have enough travel time for Zhu Yishan to make the catch.
Yeah, it hung up there a while, didn't it? And he had to run a very long way. By the end, it seemed pretty routine, but it kind of wasn't.
Certainly wasn't. Yu Delong was in double play depth as well, so he would not have caught the ball. Now it would be first baseman Guo Fuling at the plate. Sacrifice fly in the first inning to get the Lions on the board. First pitch, strike one.
I expected that inside pitch. He's just the way Guo Fuling stands at the plate. It's a little bit crouched. It's a little bit crowding the plate. If you pitch him inside, at least to start the at bat, you get him probably hesitating on that because it would be a jam on his swing if he decided to go there. He'd have to, for that second pitch, he got up just a little bit more, opened his stance just a little bit more. in preparation for more pitches inside.
So 1-1 the count now. Zhang Weisheng at first base against Slugger. Hopefully. Fast change up outside part of the plate. Does not get called. So ball 2. Zhang Weisheng
Probably shouldn't.
Go ahead.
Probably shouldn't say this on air, but I'll be right back. I'm grabbing water.
Zhang Weisheng in his career has 4 steals, 2 in 2021, 2 in 2022. The pitch visit, a mound visit. Does it look like Wang Weijun has something's off for him? And new pitcher will be coming in. Something's off for Wang Weijun. You need to turn on the sound to hear what's going on. So a short outing for Wang Weijun. Still not sure what's happening there. I'll keep keeping up the CPBL TV feed just to give you guys updates as soon as possible. But he will be exiting the game after 2.1 innings pitched. No strikeouts. And 1 walk. And 4 hits allowed. So far, you will have 2 runs on his name, but the man on first, which would be Zhang Weisheng, is also his responsibility. So both starters do not get out of, well, do not extend, or do not pitch more than 3 innings. 2.1 for Wang Weijun and 0.2 for Zhang Chengyan. Looks like they'll be bringing in Ye Jiaqi. Does seem like the CPBL TV feed don't quite know what's going on with Wang Weijun either.
Well, didn't want to see that when I was grabbing my water.
2.1 innings, 4 hits allowed, no strikeouts, 1 walk, 48 pitches. So his ERA stays at 2.79.
I can hear background noise on your feed, by the way.
I know, because I need to hear you, but I also need to hear the CPBL TV feed to see what's going on.
Oh, true.
But they don't have any updates on him. It will be Ye Jiaqi on the mound for the Rakuten Monkeys. 5 appearances, 1 hold, 4.2 innings pitched, 4 strikeouts, and 0.00 ERA. Has a whip of 0.86. Not a ton of appearances in this season so far for the lefty. So 19 batters faced and 4 strikeouts with that, along with 3 walks.
He's already passed his appearance total from last season. He's pitched in 5 games this season, only 4 the year before in 2020. In 2019, he pitched in 28, didn't go well, 7.83 ERA. Last season, up to 9, but 4 games, you can't really read into it too much. For the second team, he also didn't pitch that much. So I guess he was dealing with some injuries. But this season, a bit more integrated within the club. And it's always nice for a team to have as many lefties as possible.
First pitch is way up. Lost his footing there. So the count, he came in with the count being 2-1, so that'll be 3-1. The Monkeys did get a new pitching coach, Xu Mingjie, this season, and you can see that their bullpen strategy has been a lot different this year than last year. Most of last year, they did not have a lefty pitcher in the bullpen. That one's ball 4 up high.
Well, the strategy at the start of this year was Overton, right? but that was never going to be a long time thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's part of their strategy. But this year seems like they're a little bit more, when they're more decisive when they're making their pitching changes. Last year, a lot of times you just feel like maybe they left the pitcher in for a little bit too long. But this year they're very decisive. They know what they're doing, and yeah, they have not just one, but Wang Zhixuan, who's also a lefty in the Monkeys bullpen as well, and Lai Hongcheng, who they bought through the free agent market. So a little bit more variety in the Monkeys bullpen this year. With and Jiaqi will now be facing third baseman Lin Zihao, who flew out to right field and had a beautiful bat flip to go with it, but the ball did not fly out of here.
Just with Overton, the lefty part was what came out to me. Getting a lefty in that bullpen alongside a couple others, establishing a bit of a different tone down there, and just starting out the season like that.
The pickoff move back to second base. I don't think they put Overton in there just like for a lefty-lefty matchup, because they do have a lot of lefties in the bullpen. Personally, maybe I'm wrong. But just the fact that who was it? Was it Brendan Higgins wasn't quite ready in the beginning of the season. Dick McGuire just came back this year, so they had the one extra foreign pitchers slotted. Might as well use them in the bullpen.
By the way, I wanted to ask you something. I noticed in the box score, I didn't catch yesterday's game, if I'm honest. I just watched the highlights. I noticed in the box score, Wang Yisheng out of the bullpen. Why is that? Do we know?
Oh, no, yeah, they moved him to the bullpen because he's struggling on the mound. So they moved him to the bullpen. They kept Huang Zipeng and Zhang Xikai in the rotation. That one's a strike outside part of the plate, so 1-2 the count. So yeah, I mean, Zhang Xikai, Huang Zipeng have been pitching relatively well for the Raccoon Monkeys and stabilized the rotation, actually, especially early on when, again, Dick McGuire wasn't ready, Brendan Higgins wasn't quite ready, those two pitchers, they're betting on them to stay in the rotation so far. 1-2 the count, and that one is fouled to the third base side. The Monkeys started this game with a huge inning, grabbing a 6-0 lead. But now we're at the bottom of the third, and if you think about it, the game-tying run is actually on deck. So not a game to not
as one-sided as we perhaps thought it could be.
Yes.
Still throws me off to see the line without a mask.
Pitch down in the dirt. Ball 2.
I remember last season, the Lion took off his mask for a game in July or August, and I think I tweeted out, did Lion get a new face? But no, he'd just taken off his mask. That's my little interesting Lion mask story.
Lin Zihao coming into this game hitting 0 for 4 this week. He's only played in 2 games, had 4 plate appearances. That one is popped up, and that's going to foul territory. Oh, that is stopping the guy, the cheerleading master for the Lions, protecting the uni girl in the foul territory. That is, if they have a good shot of that, that is a pretty good gift moment. But I guess they don't. Jiaqi will be throwing his 9th pitch in his outing. This is his second batter faced. He came in with the 2-1 score versus first baseman Guo Fulin. And Lin Zihao's putting in a pretty decent at bat so far. That one is driven to center field. Another good bat flip, but caught by Chen Wei. And Zhang Weisheng will head to third base. So men on the corners.
Yep.
And 2 outs. That will bring up left fielder Su Zhijie, who had a pretty strong line drive to second base, but caught. Batting 13. Lion looks more gangster with his mask. Oh, go ahead.
Pitch up in the zone. It was a bit of a late swing right there. We saw one early in the game where it was an early swing. That one was more late. Runner got a good jump off second. No doubt in his mind that he was going to get to third. You don't have to be perfectly timed with every swing. You just need to make sure you make the most of the swings you do make.
Man on the corners with Su Zhijie at the plate. First pitch is a breaking ball up high. After Su Zhijie will be 3 straight righties, and you'll be wondering, maybe saying that's probably why they brought in Ye Jiaqi and having Su Junzhang in the bullpen already for the Rakuten Monkeys. Su Zhijie right now coming into this game hitting .264. That will be his lowest batting average of his career so far. Slider down. But again, the last, not just 2020. I mean, 2020 first half of the season, the ball was flying. But just in more general terms, out of the full spectrum in the last 3 or 4 years in the CPBL, the offense, with the ball flying a little bit further than probably would have normally, that it's been the offense has been taking over the CPBL. Ball 3 on that 2-0 count. So let's see if they give Su Zhijie the green light here.
I don't mind him swinging here. Need to check on his splits for this season and see if they're any better than his splits from last year.
3-0 pitch is strike 1. Down in the zone at the knees.
So his splits last season, I'm not sure if you were following along with us, but against lefties, really, really bad. 174 average, 381 against righties. This season, it's a lot more even. 266 and 259. So he's not looking overmatched against lefties as much as he was last season. Already has 7 hits and 27 at-bats. All 3 of his big flies come against righties, though. So still better against righties, but not looking as hopeless against lefties as he was last season. It's a good thing.
Wu Nianding had a home run in Japan. I need to retweet that. That being said, Ye Jiaqi facing a full count with 2 outs. And that one is driven to center field. And that situation comes in to make the catch. So the Monkeys get out of the man on first and third 2-out jam. And that is it for the Union Lions. 1 single, 1 walk, and 3 flyouts. No runs scored. We head to the top of the 4th inning. 6-2 the score. Patrick will be taking over the play-by-play for the next 3 innings. Go ahead.
Thanks, Daniel. Just getting a look here at the out-of-town scoreboard. The Guardians put 3 more on the plate against Chen Kai-wen. He has exited after 3 total innings, 3+ innings, if you want to be technical and right about it, which means it's 5-0 Guardians in the top of the 4th. I think they're just trying to make it an official game because we're seeing a lot of umbrellas behind the plate. I'm getting a screenshot here. It is really starting to pour at Taichung Intercontinental Baseball Stadium. So we'll keep you updated on that. Baseball-wise, it's 5-0. Rain-wise, it's coming down, which from a baseball perspective, not great, but a lot of areas in Taiwan, from what I understand, need the rain. Good news there. In this game, as Daniel has been so eloquently describing it for you for the first 3 innings, 6-2 for the Rakuten Monkeys. If you have any thoughts, comments, insights of your own that you want to share with us, have us read out loud, let us know in the YouTube comments, and we'll accommodate you with that. If you are new to this stream, just catching up, the first inning was the big eventful one, a bat around inning, 6 runs on the board for the Rakuten Monkeys, who are trailing the Uni Lions in the standings by just 1 game. It is, well, actually, it looks more like 2 games, but I wrote down 1. So either it's 2, and I forgot to update that part, or it's 1, and I'm second-guessing myself. They both have 12 losses. Uni Lions have 16 wins. Rakuten Monkeys have 14. Seems like 2 games to me, but I'm bad at math, so make your own conclusions. The brothers are 15-14 in third, and the Fubon Guardians are 514-14. And in fourth place, would have been the basement last season. This season, they've added the Weichuan Dragons. They are 11-18, 5.5 games back. Patrick Melbourne, Daniel Shee with you right here on YouTube with our watch along. Daniel, ever since that first inning, it's looked a lot more even.
Yeah, and Jiang Chenyan had, with him exiting the game, he's lost. He lost. I mean, at the beginning, he didn't look that much lost, but I think he's trying to play too cute against this Rakuten Monkeys lineup. And with so many veterans hitters on that team, they kind of smelt it right away and just poured on. By the time that they had Power in the first inning, that was a little too late, but they did get out of it. Well, they did come back and score a couple in the first 2 innings. So the score remains 6-2.
Pitcher on the mound for the Uni Lions continues from a previous inning. Should have had that in front of me. Did have that in front of me. Lost it. Now stalling for time. Lin Hung Yu takes the ball inside 2-0. There we go. It's Pom Wei Lun. It's still Pom Wei Lun. I'm doing brilliantly here in the top of the fourth inning. Uni Lions wearing their bright white uniforms, the yellow trimming as the pitch is in there for strike 2-1. They've got the black hats going on with just the L, the orange L, compared to the full lion script we see every so often. Batting is Lin Hung Yu, then Chen Shou, the hottest hitter in the lineup, on deck. Pitch number 27, which is a really good pitch count for Pom Wei Lun, is coming, and it's swung on and hit to the right field side. Moving over and making the catch is Lin Anka. He does so, 1 out. Lin back in right field, his primary position ever since being told he would not be a two-way hitter, or a two-way player, rather. As we get a look at the weather, it's starting to look a little bit more overcast. The flag's moving with wind, but doesn't look like it's raining on my screen. At least not yet. Not. Yeah. 1 out. That'll bring up Chen Shou.
CPBL games.
The reason, Daniel, that I was looking so frantically at their bullpen to find who was pitching is that Pom Wei Lun's pitch count is fantastic. It's really been good.
Yeah, and he's that kind of pitcher. At his best, he's not a strikeout pitcher. He's a pitcher that he'll let you hit it, but you won't make good contact with it. You will give up a couple base hits, a couple here and there, but at his best, that is him.
Pitch one was a ball. Pitch 2 a strike to Chen Shou. As mentioned earlier, if you missed it, he is their hottest hitter. He had 2 walks yesterday. He's hitting over 400. He's got a 500 OBP. 300 is considered above average, or around average, I should say. Pitch is swung on and hit right back to the shortstop. Lin Zuxie throws on to first, but he takes him off the bag, goes back over, and steps on it for the second out. A rare slight miss on the throw there from Lin Zuxie, the sure-handed defender.
There'll be 8 up, 8 down for the Rakuten Monkeys lineup so far, ever since the hit by pitch by left fielder Zhu Yixin, who was the last one that got on base in the second.
He's up again here, the left fielder / first baseman, playing the outfield today. Obviously hasn't got as much time at first base with Chen Shou over there. 2 out in the top of the fourth, score 6-2, and the first pitch is swung on and missed really, really hard from Chu Yushen. 0-1. Rakuten wearing their burgundy uniforms with the Rakuten logo across the front. Pretty typical look ever since the rebranding at the start of 2020. Pom Wei Lun's 32nd pitch coming. Catcher setting up down and away. Kicks and throws, and it's fouled away. I guess now, and keep in mind that Chen Shou started late because of injury, I mentioned he came into the game hitting .426. It looks like his average is down to .339 now. So you'll see abrupt changes in batting average and stuff like that, considering he started with injuries. Him, Shu Yushen, Lin Hengyu all had different injuries in the first couple of weeks, pitched down low, 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's one of the main causes of the Monkeys struggling the first month or so. Again, this is a team that relies on his offense, and with the foreign pitchers not really getting set up in time, their offense was going through injury trouble. They were at the bottom of the standings for a day or two as well.
Yep. Things coming up a little bit better now. The 1-2 is bounced in the dirt, gets away from the catcher. It doesn't matter as there's nobody on base. They're checking at third to see if he swung. Didn't look like it, and he didn't. Just getting one more look here. Pretty clearly held up, I would have said. But you're right, Daniel. You look at both sides of the ball. Now that everybody's healthy, they're hitting to their potential high OPS. But also on the mound, Deck McGuire came in, did a good job his last time out. Ryan Bollinger is pitching pretty well. Not maybe the best in the league, but good enough. And it's setting them up to be at least competitive with the other 3 competitive teams. Swing and a miss on the pitch in the dirt, and that'll end the inning. So overmatching batters is Pam Wei Lun, looking really, really good in his time on the mound today. Chu Yushen swings and misses for out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It is still 6-2 in favor of the Rakuten Monkeys.
Now, Patrick, you are a scorebug guru, right? I have not heard you break down the 11 Sports scorebug on air, at least when we're doing a broadcast together. So in the next inning, let's hear you breaking down what 11 Sports scorebug looks like.
Well, I can do it without looking at it because I've watched over 100 games with this 11 sports scorebug. I would say I like how innovative the square design is. I like how it goes to the left with the batter pitcher matchups and the up next. I'm not in love with the fact that the bases are cut off, and I'm not in love with how often they decide to use the up next graphic. But other than that, pretty much a thumbs up.
So can you break down the other graphics in the CPBL as well? I know you said that you like the Momo one the best, but
I do like the Momo one the best. I think it's the cleanest. I like the version of it that they're back to using with the more rounded font. Everything just looks super clean and nice. The Brothers one I like. I'm not huge into the grid behind the blue background, but you know, everything looks nice and clean. A bit too flat on the white background sometimes, but yeah, I think all 3 sets are pretty strong compared to some of the sets we see in other places.
So you're talking about the Bally Sports one, right? I know you love that one.
I like the Bally Sports set for the most part, but I don't like the ticker on the bug.
Anyway,
no one cares.
Isn't that what like every big time sports network have now? The ticker.
Yeah, I don't mind the ticker in general. I just don't like it attached to the bug, which is actually an idea I had a couple of years ago, and I did some designs around it, and I couldn't make it look good either. 6-2, we're back underway in Tainan. First pitch to the leadoff hitter Lin Jingkai is a ball, 1-0.
Are you like baseball scorebug only, or like scorebugs everywhere?
No, I'll talk about scorebugs from any sport.
So the football ones, there are a couple of funny ones in the last couple of years. Which one do you like the best, and which one do you like the least?
I like Foxes where they go out each side with different player info. 2-0 is in there for a strike, 2-1. Right-handed batter against the left-handed pitcher on the hill. Guo Fu Lin is on deck. I like how sharp the NBC one looks, I guess. Pitch up and in, 3-1. So 1 pitch away from walking the leadoff hitter in the inning for a set of players. I think I'm wrong about Guo Fu Lin being on deck, by the way, so give me a moment.
It is catcher Lin Dayan on deck.
Yeah, I know. It's Lin Dayan. You're right. Sorry, my screen not the highest quality right now, trying to do 2 streams at once. Bear with me. 3-2 is the count now. So it's Lin Daiyan, then it's Lin Zuxie. After that, top of the order in Chen Shen, Shang Weisheng, and Lin Anke. Full count. Ground ball, third base side, and it gets through. That's going to be at least 1, but he's rounding and going to second. It's going to be a double for Lin Jingkai, who just keeps on hitting.
Yeah, the third leadoff base hit for the Lions out of 4 innings. And they've been swinging the bat pretty well, but only has 2 runs to score to show for it. And you know, with two lefties, it will be 2 lefties coming up, and then 3 righties in a row. So the new Monkeys pitcher coach Xu Mingjie likes to play with the pitching matchup. Let's see what he does with it. Because I thought they'll bring in Su Junzhang for this to start this inning with 3 righties coming up, but he didn't. He stuck with Jie Jiaqi.
A meeting on the hill, and a new pitcher coming in. So you are right on when it comes to the vibe around how ready that pitcher was to be taken out. So it is Su Shang coming in, 0-0. What's your scouting report, Daniel?
Good fastball, good changeup. Sometimes his fastball loses command a little bit. And he does have a breaking ball as well, but more of a tertiary pitch. He is not a long inning guy, so this will be there will be a lot of pitching changes. But because part of it also that this is a Sunday game, so no games tomorrow. Their next game, the Monkeys will be playing on is Wednesday. So they have 72 hours after this. They'll be using a lot of arms today.
Yesterday, the bullpen for Rakuten, Yu Xiaowei, Ye Qi, and Wang Yusheng all relieved Wang Supeng, excuse me. 9 hits for Rakuten, 5 for the Uni President Lions. As the practice pitches continue going. Evan has a vote for the NBC scorebug, which, yeah, good call, I think. Daniel, we have... I was going to say, we have a break in the action. I want to bring up one other topic, but I'm going to wait because it's an interesting topic and it needs more time than I think we're going to be given here. So a leadoff double to open the inning, and that'll bring up Lin Daiyan, the catcher. After that, the defense first shortstop Lin Zuxie, and the top of the order, and Chen Shen, who's DHing now. If you're wondering why he's DHing, Shang Weisheng, the center fielder tonight, had a really good game yesterday. Has been on a bit of a hot streak, and he's hitting well today. So play the hot hand. Following that, it's the heart of the order, and Lin Anke and Guo Fu Lin. Rakuten would like to avoid facing them this inning if possible. I like the 0-0, by the way. I'm not sure if I've ever said that. Rocking 0-0 on the back of a baseball jersey, big fan.
Chen Yuxun has a 0 too, so
Yep.
So maybe next time, so we can see a 000 somewhere.
That is hit to third, and it's off the glove of Lin Li. It's going to be a base hit. Moving over to third is Lin Jingkai. And I know Lin Li has a bad reputation for his defense, but I think that was a tough one off the top of his glove. I think most third basemen struggle with how hard that one was hit. He puts his head up in frustration. He knows that he's had his struggles there. But off the bat, it was the inside part of the bat. It was high. He knocked it down. And I think, actually, in knocking it down, he maybe saved a run. So if I'm Lin Li, I'm mad at myself for not catching that, but that's pretty high. And the fact that he got most of his glove on that is pretty good in my view.
Basically saved a run. If that one went to outfield without any interference, Lin Jingkai would have scored.
I absolutely agree. So runners on the corners, nobody out, and suddenly the Uni Lions are crawling their way back into this, and they kind of have been since the first. If they were not put into a 6-run hole right off the bat, it would be a pretty different vibe for this game. As I'm just double checking the out of town scoreboard. 6-0 now, Guardians. Ready on the hill. Kicks, throws, and Lin Zuxia grounds it to short, could be 2. Second for 1, back to first, call it 2, but a run scores. So now it's 6-3. So the Lions get 1 back. They're now only down by 3. They cut the lead in half, and I guess we're just at the halfway point now, aren't we? So they're trending in the right direction, whereas Rakuten has struggled to get runs on the board since the first. Nice play at short to start the double play. Yuda Lung just keeping the glove in the right position to get the ball out really quick. So 2 out, bottom of the 4th. First pitch is bounce to the plate. So if there were runners, they would have advanced. There are no runners, so no one cares. Su Shun Chung now facing Chen Shishen. Kicks and throws right over the middle of the plate for a strike, 1-1. Bottom of the 4th, 6-3 the score. 2 outs. Monkeys trying to get out of an inning that has already produced a run. Pitch just, I would have said inside. I think the batter would have said inside too, but a dramatic reaction from Chen Shishen at the plate isn't going to change the umpire's mind. He has a bigger strike zone deeper in the count. We mentioned that thanks to Ryan, and I think that came in clear right there, so it's 1-2. Ready on the hill. Kicks and throws, and it swung on and hit right back up the middle. It's going to get through for a base hit. So a 2-out single for the man who led the league in batting average last season. Big smile on his face. He won that at bat, and there's a 2-out base runner.
You definitely cannot tell Patrick's favorite hitter had a base hit just now. Oh, nice.
That swing off the middle part of the bat. You saw one earlier where it was just a little bit early, so it got up and in on the bat. We saw a late swing where he hit it off the end. That was not a ton of power behind the swing, but it was hit right in the middle, so there was enough contact generated to get it up the middle. Good stuff. He might be going here. Big movement off first base. It's the number 2 hitter in the lineup. The center fielder gets going. Again, if you missed it, it's Shang Wei-sheng. They show his counterpart in center field, Chen Chen-wei. Super speedy. Has a lot of energy right now. You see him just kind of fidgeting with his arms, keeping loose. Runner takes the lead. I really do think he's thinking about going even with 2 outs. Pitch to Shang Wei-sheng. It's hit off the end of the bat, left side. It's going to go foul. Stays in the field of play, but in foul territory.
Yeah, Chen Jishin did go on the pitch. Xu Yuhao in the second army. Last year, his caught stealing percentage is .419.
He's going again. And we're not seeing anything except the runner.
Oh, it's a replay.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. Sorry about that. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, Xu Yuhao's best caught stealing percentage in his career in the second army was .515. He caught he caught 70 guys stealing in 28 games. I don't know if that's good though. .419.
It's not great. Pitch upstairs, 1-2. After Shang will be Lin Anka and Guo Fulin. Everybody's got their new portraits down on the 11 Sports graphics, which is both nice to see and also a little bit, I guess, surprising because I've been looking at the same ones for over a year. 1-2. Kicks and throws. Runner going again. It's a ground ball. Right side. It's going to get to the second baseman. Throw on to first to end the inning. So running really quickly is Xiangwei Sheng, but it's not going to be enough. And it's only the one run that gets across. 6-3, but the hit totals are now 9-7. Uni Lions clawing back in this one as we end the 4th inning, heading to the 5th. All right, Daniel. Speaking of graphics and all of the fun stuff we see on the screen and such, let's talk about the retro weekend and everything that's going on in the other series right now. We're seeing the classic graphics on the screen. We're seeing the classic unis. We're seeing a bunch of cool stuff. Give me your thoughts on all that.
Well, today is not a retro day anymore. The other game is a quote unquote regular game. Yesterday was the Wager Dragons and the CTBC brothers.
Right. Sorry.
The brothers. I mean, right now they're technically not they're not the oldest franchise because they bought the team from the Brother Elephants. But the two teams are the oldest teams, two of the oldest teams in the CPBL. The Uni Lions actually is the most OG team since the Wager Dragons left the CPBL for about 20 years. But before they left, the Dragons and the brothers had. I mean, I understand how through recent years you would say the brothers and the monkeys have a big rivalry, but that is nowhere close in a stratosphere of how big the Dragons brothers rivalry was back in the day. And credit to the brothers marketing team and the Dragons marketing team actually, because they're actually doing a co-op somewhere in May when the Dragons are going to host the brothers. They're gonna be another retro theme, letting the brothers. Cheerleaders to come in, I think, at the first base side as well. So it is actually more of a co-op thing. They're kind of letting each team experience, each fan base experience that same feeling. And I never experienced the Wager Dragons era, but it's really fun to see because I did experience the traditional cheerleading atmosphere before. It's really fun to see yesterday.
Good stuff. Pao Mui Lin back on the mound for pitch number 36, and he delivers it to the leadoff hitter, Yuda Lung. It's upstairs, 1-0. Monkey shortstop has been really on a nice stretch, and you don't know if that's sustainable, but much like on the other side, as that one's hit to shortstop, it's going to get through the third baseman to the shortstop. Late throw, but they got him. Good stuff. Right there from Lin Xie. It was a tricky one that got through the third baseman, Lin Zihao. Just getting one more look here. Hit off the barrel of the bat, gets through Lin Zihao, then a long throw from Lin Xie, and they just got him by a step. So that's why you bring in the defensive specialist, because I don't think Chen Cheng-Ting maybe makes that play.
Yeah.
Saves a base runner, and it's not even close. Anyway, like I was mentioning, Yuda Lung and Xiangwei Sheng, both in the lineup. Not expected to be in a ton of games this season, but both are playing extremely well. So you got to run with who's playing well. First pitch, a ball to Lin Zepin. Top 5, 6-3 is the score. Rakuten scored 6 in the first. It was a first inning that took, what was it, Daniel? Almost an hour?
That one took 30 minutes.
Oh, felt like an hour.
Probably for
1-0 is fouled away. 1-0 is fouled away. It's 1-1. Just off the end of the bat, left side. We're getting one more look at that play. And it would have been probably a benefit to that play that Lin Zihao didn't get to it, because if he gets to it, he's still going to have to run a few steps and then make a solid throwing delivery, or else he'll throw it into the stands, basically. So that's one where the young third baseman might just want to say, okay, it's being hit a little far to the left of me. Maybe I should just let my top glove shortstop go for it. 2-1 the count. Lin Zapin, the second baseman, wears number 99 on his back. Lefty against righty pitcher, and he swings and hits that one right to the other second baseman. He throws on to first, and Lin Jinkai wins the battle of the second baseman, 2 out. Got to make everything dramatic. Evan drops in with a fun fact, and I agree that it's a fun fact. Don't always agree with the label fun fact. I do hear Chen Chenwei and Xiangwei Sheng are have birthdays 5 days apart, basically. I don't know, Daniel. I find that most days, or most fun facts, aren't really that fun.
I do put a lot of fun facts on the league account, so I appreciate you here. I appreciate you saying that.
I'm not talking about yours. Yours are great.
Yeah, of course, because when you say fun facts, that obviously does not mean any of mine. But it just really depends. I mean, fun facts are not for everybody. Some people have a sense of humor. Some people don't. So, it's just up to the audience, really.
Wow. All right. Well, Probably Lin's first pitch is popped up to the next hitter in the Rakuten lineup. Moving over to make the play is Guo Fu Lin, and that'll end the inning. Really quick inning once again for Pom Wei Lin, who's only thrown 42 pitches in an outing that's essentially turning into a start for him.
12 up, 12 down for the Rakuten Monkeys lineup since the second inning. And this is, I'm going to bring you a little bit of a Taiwan baseball history. If you watched the 2013 World Baseball Classic, first round between the Chinese Taipei team and Team Netherlands, similar situations, was not as, Taiwan did not get as deep of a hole as 6-0 in the early innings. It was something around 3-0, I think, with a big jam. And, in international tournaments, it's a one-game playoff. You can't lose a game. You can't really go down 6-0. By then, Pan Wei Luan in 2012, 2013, he was battling injuries. People are saying he was past his prime. And he came in as a reliever, shut down the Netherlands offense, allowed Chinese Taipei to come back and win that one. The Chinese Taipei was they caught back pretty quick. It was the third or fourth inning that they either tied it or grabbed the lead. This is vintage power that we're talking about, and it's great to have y'all experience what a prime time power run looks like on the mound. Because y'all, not to take anything away from y'all, because you didn't see. Like last year, most of the time he was on the mound, he was struggling. So I don't blame y'all for not liking him. But I think for a lot of new fans, a lot of foreign fans to see finally.
It's important to say, this guy's pretty much a legend. Just because you didn't see him pitching like a legend, still really, really good history. It's kind of like if somebody were to start watching this season and look at Maya Saru, Chen Young-chi's first couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's pretty comparable.
New pitcher for the Rakuten Monkeys. Beat you to it just by a second. It is, we mentioned him. It's Wang Yisheng. Came in yesterday for an inning, back out there today. Daniel mentioned it. He was moving to the bullpen, and today, which is essentially turning into a bullpen day for both teams, an injury on one side and underperformance on the other. He's going to be asked to do a couple innings, you'd think. First pitch is just down, just away for ball one. I didn't mention it, so I'm going to now. The last batter of the last inning was Zhu Yu Hao. So Chu Dan will lead things off next inning for the Monkeys. 1-0. Up and in for, he's calling that a strike. So the strike zone just getting a little bit bigger. Daniel, you're scoring, so I'm right about that, right? It is Zhu Yu Hao ended that inning?
Yep.
Okay, good. Just second-guessing myself a little bit. 1-1. And that one's hit really, really high, not super far. It looked like it was going to go farther. It's going to be caught in right field by Chu Dan. 1 out. It was one of those balls that off the bat went really, really high, but I think it went so high that it lost momentum. And you expect to see that kind of high launch angle from Lin Anka, but this ball doesn't travel as far. And when it gets to a point where it gets a little bit too high, it'll lose the speed, head right back down. Nice catch from Chudon, because it can be a little bit difficult out there in the outfield to judge that one.
That was
First
pretty
pitch.
weak contact from the Lianka. I mean, it looks really, it popped up really, really quick.
Yeah,
but
it was.
Looking at the replay, he was in front of it. I think
Right.
the first half balls he probably could have traveled out of here, because if you touch the ball, you would left the ballpark. But
yeah,
in most leagues, it would not have been.
I 100% agree with you. We're on the same page. I think first half ball last year, that kind of contact, maybe at least closer to the wall. But since then, and with most baseballs, you need to hit it a little bit harder than that. It's just the launch angle that got me for a second. 2-0 to Guo Lin is down in the dirt, makes it 3-0.
Michael,
and nor should that be a home run, by the way.
Yeah, Mike's saying that I tell myself the same thing about Pujols every day. I'm assuming you're talking about Pao Wenwen, and and just the bottom of the fifth. Well, part of my thesis, I actually wrote like a whole paragraph about Albert Pujols and how legendary he is.
Pitch in there for a strike, 3-1. Wasn't going all the way. Something I want to just touch on before we get too far away from it, so I can give it back to you, is an underrated part of this ball shift as the 3-1 pitch is coming. Catcher sitting up right in the zone. Pitch from the lefty is skied. Again, weak contact that went really high. Moving back as the second baseman calls off center fielder and the shortstop. The second baseman, Lin Zabin, makes the catch. An underrated part of that is the outfielders, they have to adjust the way they react to balls that are super high, because you can't just say, okay, that's going over my head, forget it, like you would have in the first half of last year. And you'd say, okay, well, they're pro outfielders, they can make that shift. But you get into a habit. And if you're saying, okay, every fly ball is going to be over my head that goes da-da-da high, you need to make that adjustment. And I think that's going to be a tougher one than some people will give credit for.
I mean, that's why a lot of outfielders are missing fly balls during spring training, especially the first weekend. Even the outfielder's caliber of Lin Zhexian was having to make last-minute changes when he was catching fly balls. But you're seeing a little bit less of now. I think the fielders are much more used to this one. I mean, we're 6 weeks into this is our 7th broadcast, so we're 7 weeks into the season, and it seems like the fielders are not having as much trouble with the fly balls as they were, especially during spring training.
Batter is Lin Zahao, as we get a look at both Sababoy, the fish, and the bee, who looks happier than I think Michael gave him credit for earlier, so good call on that one, Daniel. Count now 2-1 to the left-handed hitter, Lin Zahao. Has a bit of a crouched stance. Trying to keep this inning alive. There's 2 out. Count 2-1. 6-3, still the score. Kicks, throws, and it's hit. A lot of high launch angle, but not a lot of distance. Same place the last one, except this time it's the shortstop Yu Lang that makes the catch to finish the inning. We are through 5. It is still 6-3 as we head to the 6th inning. Racks and Monkeys to bat, and Daniel, I'll let you finish off your point.
I didn't. I wasn't making the point, but it is the bottom of the
Albert
5th inning.
Pujols or something.
It was the bottom of the 5th inning, so that does mean that it is time for us to, at least for myself, to take a little bit of a break and listen. We'll leave y'all to the beautiful music of Robo. I think is his English name. His Chinese name would be Robo. But yeah, I'll leave y'all to the beautiful singing of the cheermaster for the Union Lions, and talk to you guys a little bit later. Da-da-da-da-da. All right, I'm back. No,
Good.
Patrick is back, but I'm back. And if y'all enjoyed that one, that was a really fun. That was a really classic love song.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
I love you. Not
You
you
can hear
Patrick.
me, right?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I genuinely enjoyed that. That was a good song.
All right, recap the first 5 innings for us, Patrick.
I'm the one that has to talk for next inning. This is your job.
I have to speak for another 3 innings.
Yeah, but you get to rest before then.
Yes, but you get the rest after this 1 inning.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. 6
All right,
runs
let's
in
not
the
do
first.
the recap then.
6 runs in the first. Lions have been gradually coming back. It was. It seemed mostly one-sided after one, but an unfortunate injury to Wong Wei Chun meant it was going to be a bullpen game for both sides. Pan Wei Lin's been brilliant. Monkey's pitching's been okay. That's how we ended up at 6-3. How was that?
That was pretty good. I also found why Pounder is called Dudu. So apparently, in middle school, when he was at orientation, upperclassmen were asking him they're asking him to do self-introduction, and after his self-introduction, they asked him, "So what's your nickname?" And he's like, "I don't have a nickname." And he said, apparently his classmates went, "Oh, we called him Dudu," and then he was like, and then he has no idea, and so ever since then, everybody called him Dudu. And then he goes back to ask his classmate, why do they call him Dudu? And apparently, that was the first out of the inning. Fly ball to center field.
We're back underway, so that's a good telling of that story that I didn't pay attention to. Top of the 6-3, as Daniel, I'm sure, did a great job saying that. We have a new pitcher on the hill for the Uni Lions. 57 on his back. That can only mean one thing. It is Wu Shangyu. 2.40 ERA on the season, 0.93 whip. That's good. And quickly 1 out. That was Chu Dan who led things off, which means we're back at the top of the order, and Lin Lee. And Daniel, like I said, I didn't catch yesterday's game, so I can't tell you what the lineup was, but Lin Lee batting first, Chen Wei batting second. That seems a bit swapped, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think they're just trying new things. With the lefty on the mound.
Pitch down and away, 1-1. Yeah, that makes sense. And Lin Lee does fit the profile of a leadoff hitter, except for maybe the speed. Chen Wei, I would argue, more kind of a guy for your reverse leadoff type down in the order, which they do a little bit. 1-2 now count. Last pitch was a strike. It feels like Lin Lee's due.
For what?
Home run. 1-2.
You're just jinxing him.
That is hit to center, right center, moving over is everybody, but it's going to be the right fielder Lin Anka that makes the catch, stealing the ball away from Shang Wei Sheng. Everybody having a nice laugh about it. But Shang Wei Sheng knows deep in his heart that that was his ball. It's no longer the intermission, by the way, Daniel. 2 out. It's all about communication in the outfield when multiple fielders are going for the same ball. Lin Anka gives a glance to center field like, yes, you're right. I'm the one that caught that ball. Pitch upstairs. It is Chen Wei hitting 286 on the season. See, the modern baseball philosophy is that you put your best hitters in the 2-3 spot. And it doesn't seem to match Chen Wei's skill set to me. I mean, he's a good leadoff hitter. He's not a number 2 in my eyes.
I mean, obviously, the CPBL has been very well known for following modern baseball philosophy.
Point taken. 1-1. Lin Hengyu on deck. pause in the delivery and a swing and a miss. So he messed with the timing, and I think it got Chen Wei. So 1-2. Lin Hengyu, Chen Shou. Wait, next. The right-handed pitcher does an exhale, kicks, fires to the lefty hitter, and he hits that one to center field. Moving over into left center is the center fielder, Xiang Weisheng, makes the catch. And that will retire the side. So a quick inning. Lions pitchers have been really, really good. We head to the bottom of the 6th. It will be Su Shiqie to lead things off.
They're 15 up, 15 down for the Rakuten Monkeys. But credit to them, they've been sticking with the similar approach all game. They got Zhang Chenyan in the first, but remember he left. He was averaging about 3 pitches in at bat, and he faced 12. It was like 40 pitches. I
think the one missing thing that people will maybe gloss over when the recaps and the box scores are finalized is that Xiang's velocity seemed down, didn't it? And when a guy who relies on a velocity shift between a fastball and an off speed doesn't have the velocity at all, it just means you have a breaking ball and a pitch that doesn't break at all and just ends up in the middle of the plate. And I think we saw that a little bit today where there was absolutely no deception, and that just sinks you if you're on the mound, especially if you rely on ground balls, because he was just getting soft contact, which is very unlike him. So something was up a bit today with his pitch selection, I think. And on the other side, there was an injury, unfortunately, to Wang Weichen, which is unfortunate because he was looking really, really good. If you are watching, and I know I've said this a few times, but we might have new people every so often, and I want to make sure everybody knows the drill, and you want to leave us a comment, do so. We'll read it. We'll agree with you if it's a good take, and we'll just make fun of it if it's a bad take, really. We'll make sure it's put up on the screen for everybody. No, I'm kidding. We'll take all opinions, and we want to know your thoughts about both sides of this game and who you cheer for and what you want to see. 6-3 the score, bottom of the 6th. Wang Yisheng back on the mound. He's facing Su Shiqie. And the first pitch is right in the middle of the strike zone for a strike, 0-1. Su hitting 259 as the pitch is up and over the plate. See, it's interesting because based on my notes from Ryan, this umpire tends to open up the strike zone later into the count, which seems weird to me, just in my opinion, but it seems to be exactly right. Pitch. Ooh, this strike zone is shrinking throughout this at-bat. So we'll have to see if that continues. Count now 2-1. And I'm not a huge fan of that personally because I just like as much consistency as possible. But as long as you're consistent throughout the game, I guess, with the way you shift the strike zone a little. 2-1. Kicks and throws, and that's grounded right back up to the second baseman. Double clutches, throws on to first, 1 out.
Oh, the Guardians. 6 runs, 9 hits. That's a pretty nice run-hit ratio. Oh, the Monkeys also have 6 runs with 9 hits. That's also very nice hit-run ratio.
Guardians leading the Brothers 6-0 in game number 73 of the season. We're in game number 74. It's an off day tomorrow. Pitch from Wang Yisheng is in there for a strike. It is Lin Jingkai who before this season really was not seen as a strong hitter, but he's turned some heads this season in different points. 0-1. Just low, 1-1. Lin Jinkai and then Lin Daion. It is not the hitter's part of the order if you look on paper. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Wang Yisheng adjusts his cap. He's looked pretty good today.
So far. I'm just trying You're trying very hard.
This is a audition a little bit, you'd think, for a spot start. Every so often the starter moves to the bullpen and just, gets a bit of a chip on his shoulder as that is hit off the end of the bat, foul behind the plate. He just gets a chip on his shoulder, man, and he works and works and works and just tries to gain his manager's trust. And then, the spot start opens up. And then if that goes well, there's a path back to the rotation. Of course, and I don't want to sound lighthearted about this because I really hope Wang Wei-Chun's okay, but that path might open for Wang Yisheng as well. First base side fouled sky high, and it's going to be caught by Chen Chun-Shou. So there are 2 out. If Wang Wei-Chun is all good to make his next start, that is ideal on every single factor. And it might even mean he'd be pushed up a day or two from where he normally would because he didn't pitch for very long today. But if he has to miss any time, Wang Yisheng would be at the top of that list. Probably why he's in today, actually, considering that's the same rotation day. Lin Daion steps in
last week out of the bullpen.
Yep. So, in an ideal world, everybody's okay. If they need to make an injury change to the rotation, that would probably be a consideration. It's just really unfortunate to see young pitchers who are doing well have to take time off with injuries. We saw it with Zhu Roshi early on in the season. 1-0 is skied high and deep. If it's fair, it's gone, but it looks foul, and it is. So after all of that, it's just a strike, 1-1. That had home run distance.
Patrick, very disappointing.
That had home run distance every way you look about it, but Lin Daion will have to do it again. But yeah, it is unfortunate when we see pitchers, especially the younger pitchers who are just super, super exciting, go down with injuries.
Hopefully we get less of that.
Fouled right back on the mask of Zhu Yuhao. And he's going to have to take a minute because that was a direct hit. Gets up quickly. He's all right, thankfully. So the reason he wasn't able to make that catch is because it just grazed the bat enough to take a slightly different angle, which resulted in it being just over the glove, which means he basically took, and the umpire got some of it too, a super fast fastball right to the forehead, which glad he's wearing a mask. 1-2, up high. Yeah, got the umpire on the leg. That'll sting. It's just, with injuries, it's such a tricky conversation, right, Daniel? Because you never want to say, it's only unfortunate when the exciting young pitchers get hurt, because it's unfortunate with any player that gets hurt. You don't want to see injuries when they happen.
Yeah, you just don't want to
have
see injuries overall.
So it almost makes me feel a little bad to say, injury happens, what's next? Because I want to be more empathetic than that. But sometimes you have to progress the conversation to what a team might do in that circumstance. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And that will end the 6th inning. So the score after all of that remains 6-3 as we get another look at that. Play off the mask of the catcher, not great, but everybody's okay. 6-3, 9-7 is the hit total for the Monkeys and Lions, respectively. We'd love to get your opinion on what's happened throughout this game in the YouTube comments. For the rest of this watch-along, however, the play-by-play will go to Daniel Shee.
Welcome back. Well, in a way. Well, you guys are you know it's here the entire time. Sorry.
Welcome
that you
back,
will be,
me.
Sorry for the next 3 innings that you will be hearing the more inferior audio commentary featuring yours truly, Daniel Shee. But Patrick Melbourne did probably the quickest 3 innings.
Yeah, those were really quick, weren't they?
Some of the 9 up 9 now for the Monkeys, and the Lions 3 up 3 down between this 5th and 6th inning. So
a lot of 1, 2, 3.
Yep, and basically that is a total of 12 up, 12 down in the last 4 half innings. We'll be going to the top of the 7th. Wang Yizheng came in, did really well. Again, 6 up, 6 down after 2 innings of pitching. There will be the 9-1-2 coming up. 1 righty, 2 lefties. So let's see if they keep Wang Yizheng in there, or maybe they'll probably go into Wang Zhixuan, who's more of a relief / sit-up man. But on the offensive side, the Monkeys, their offense has taken a huge stall. They are officially 12 up, 12 down after the 2nd inning. No bases, no walks, nothing. And they do have the lead 6-3, but the momentum is shifting towards the Lions. And as a Monkeys fan, I've seen a lot of this, and as many of y'all, especially some of the 5 of you are Monkeys fans, we know that the bullpen, let's just say, probably need a little bit more run support. So this is a team that built upon offense, and they will be taking the plate as well. First pitch is fouled back as Lin Hongyi steps into the plate. New pitcher for the Uni Lions, Huang Junyan, is on the mound, number 40.
Get you a stat compilation in a second. He's only pitched in 1 game this season. It was in relief. It was only 1 inning. He didn't give up a run.
Second pitch inside, 1-1.
In the second team, he's pitched in 7, has given up, he has an ERA of 4.50 in the second team, but that's not why they promoted him. They promoted him because he is one of their big, reliable arms last season, a 4.3 ERA in 61 games in 2020.
144 kilometers per hour fastball up in the zone that got Lin Hongyi to swing and miss. He was a little bit disappointed with that swing, a little bit behind, probably looking for something else other than a heater.
144, by the way, 89.4 miles an hour. So he's hitting just about 90.
Breaking ball inside. Now, I've always used 144 as 90 miles per hour.
Yep.
More or less. And then 150 is about 94, 95. 94. 150 is 94.
I'm never going to memorize these. And I live in a place where the metric system is the actual system. So,
yeah, I did a rant on the metric English measuring system a couple of weeks ago. That was really fun. But yeah, I just don't get the English system at all. But
I like the metric system.
Foul bagging hits the umpire in the mask. Probably take a second for him to gather
his second time he's been hit pretty hard over the last half inning or so. I'm not used to the metric system in baseball terms because they don't use the metric system on Canadian baseball broadcasts, but I like it generally.
Miles per hour works really well in baseball because 100 would be like the extreme, and that is just a good round number.
Yeah, a bit like how I like Celsius because 0 is the freezing point, and hotter than that is hotter, and colder than that is cold, and that's just easy for me.
That one is ripped to left field, but Su Zhijie makes the catch for the first out of the inning. So 13 up, 13 down for this Rakuten Monkeys lineup, and it will be Dimple Cannon. Oh no, sorry, it will be third baseman Chen Junxiu and Dimple Cannon Zhu Yixin coming up to the plate. Chen Junxiu in this game is 1 for 2 with a sacrifice fly in the first inning that drove in the second run of the game, and also had a base hit in the second inning but stopped at third base, grounded out to short in the fourth, and this is his first at bat since first pitch is a ball. So 1-0. Hwang Junyan coming in, he has a pretty good fastball. The fastball has some movement to it and a decent breaking ball. So, in the first half of the season, really struggled in the first half of the season last year. I don't have the stats. I just remember he's struggling a ton. But in the second half of the season, settled down. It was first used as a setup man, and then more of a varied role at the end of the season. 1-1 the count, fastball in there for strike 2. I think in game 1 he came in like the 9th inning with the scores tied at 4-4, and then in game 7 as well, 7th inning, Lions had the lead, men out first and second. He came in against D.H. Josichi and had a liner to third that really, if it were hit to any part of the field, could be a base hit. That would have tied the game in the do or die game of this season, but he did get out of that jam, and then the Lions brought in Brock Dykstorm to finish the deal. 2-2 the count versus Chen Junxiu. And the one Navarro, I mean, after talking to Tim Melville during a podcast, and I think Brock Dykstorm, that's why he also mentioned that one. 2-2 the count, swing and a miss.
Podcast?
Yes, I do have a podcast, and you went on it. And that is strikeout number 1 for Hwang Junyan in this game. That will bring up left fielder Dimple Cannon. He is 0 for 1 with the hit by pitch in the second inning. Had an RBI base hit in the first, came home to score, and struck out in the fourth. Yeah, Coach Navarro last year made it really clear to the foreign pitchers that they will not use them if it's not a clean situation. They will not bring them in if it's not nobody on, nobody out. And
the Rakuten Monkeys, a bit of a different approach.
We're talking about this year?
Yeah, I'm talking about
last year?
Dylan Overton.
Well, yeah, but also last year, the foreign pitchers were starters. They made sure they positioned them as starters. This year they made
no 100%. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that the Lions are maybe the only one to stick to that super strictly.
Probably, but yeah, last year they made it really clear especially in the playoffs, that the foreign pitchers will not come in with runners on base. Which, I mean, for them, it worked really well for them. But also last year, there were a couple of if the couple of hits was hit in other places, that would have probably been catastrophic. That will be a fly ball to center field for the third out of the inning. So another 3 up, 3 down for this Lions pitching staff. It will be officially 15 up, 15 down for them, and their lineup will have another crack at it. It is the 7th inning stretch, and that means, per our CPBL English watch-along tradition, it is time.
Oh, good.
Sing. Let me just pull up the roll. Okay, here we go. Are you ready, Patrick?
I am as ready as I'm going to be at 4:40 a.m. While I'm looking at baseball stats.
All right, let's do it.
To sing. Yes.
3, 2, 1. Take me
out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack.
I don't care.
Daniel's behind the lyric already, and root for the home team.
If they don't win, it's a shame. It's 1, 2, 3 strikes are at the old ball game.
That was great.
You're behind from on my end, so I had to stop, and then I was still ahead of you. I mean, I was ahead of you on my end, but that's the problem with StreamYard and online broadcasting.
Daniel, with all of the excuses, we bring you the out-of-town scoreboard. Once again, it is the Fubon Guardians and the CTBC Brothers. The only team off today is the Weichuan Dragons. It is still 6-0 for the Guardians. The last 2 innings have been completely scoreless. They're in the top of the 7th, so both games taking about the same amount of time. This one has sped up significantly since the first inning. What I'm going to do is I'm looking down my inning break topics, and we really only have one that we haven't touched on yet. So let's touch on it, Daniel. It's about Lin Hongyu. And preseason, I asked you and Rob on I love the out-of-sync rendition. We're posting it to Spotify soon. I asked you and Rob about which of the Racks and Monkeys hitters who had off years last year would be most likely to get back in the zone this season. I forget your answer, but how surprised are you that Lin Hongyu has bounced back in a big way, or are you not surprised at all?
I am not surprised at any of the. I think I would be as surprised if they were bad this year as well. I thought it would both be possible, and they needed the bats, but they didn't. Even if the 3-4-5 didn't hit today, the Monkeys didn't really have any option. Like it is do ride or die, and so I'm not really surprised or anything. I'm just thankful that they're so far producing at a reasonable pace. As Wang Yizhen comes back to the mound, he'll be facing shortstop Lin Zujie, who is 0 for 2 with a double play in the 4th inning and a flyout in the 2nd. 1-1 to count, and that one's a ball up high. Lin Zujie, I think I said this already. Oh no, I actually didn't. Lin Zujie this week played in 4 games. Started in 3. Has 10 plate appearances, but do not have a hit and no walks either. So his stat line this week would be 0-0 across the board, besides the 1 strikeout. But he is making contributions with this leather. So
yeah, he's already prevented at least 1 base runner today.
3-1 to count for the shortstop, and the pitch is popped up to shortstop, and Yu Delong catches it for the first out of the game. So the shortstop outs the other shortstop, out number 1. I think that's the way you say it properly. It will be the top of the lineup. Yep.
I would have probably gone with counterpart.
The counterpart.
Yeah.
Outs the counterpart.
The shortstop.
Chen Jiexian.
The shortstop retires his counterpart. There we go. That's what I would go with. Sorry. I'm going back in time. Ground ball, shortstop, and he'll retire his counterpart for the out. There. Nailed it.
DH Chen Jie-shin at the plate. He's 1 for 2 with a walk in the first, but thrown out with fielder's choice, and had a base hit in the fourth inning. Flew out to left field in the second, and the count will be 1-1 after the ball. Chen Jie-shin this week, I think I mentioned his. Yeah, I did. 462 batting average, slugging slugging 462 because that's his all singles this week. 611 on base percentage with a 1073 OPS. All of his hits coming from righties. However, 667 batting average versus righties. No hits versus lefties. Only had 4 at-bats against lefties, though. Two and 1 to count. And the pitch is fouled and caught by the bullpen catcher, who was ready there just to basically just standing there to make sure the foul balls don't hit anybody. I broke down the foul territory bullpens among Taiwanese ballparks, I think even during spring training. And yeah, the Tainan's bullpen might be the safest out of all. That one's grounded to short. Yu Delong scoops throw to first, but it goes to the backstop of foul territory, and that will be an error. Chen just tries to go to second. The throw is not in time. So Chen Jie-shin is in scoring position. That will probably be E6 on Yu Delong. They had a chance at second base, but the throw was also a little bit off target. Lin Zebing had to go too far away to get the ball, and then by the time he came back, it was not in time to get Chen Jie-shin.
Just getting another look at this now. Off the end of the bat, that is not an error. That's a tough play. I mean, it's not really... That's a base hit and an error that would lead to the double. And I think it's a harsh error, but I think it's one you need to make because it is an additional base. If he had stayed at first, then it would not probably have been an error, but since he got the second base, yeah, you got to give him the error on that.
It is officially ruled an error. No base hit given to Chen Jie-shin.
I would have given the base hit and then the error on the second base. I think that's anything else is harsh. Because even if he catches that ball, he's safe at first.
No, he was out.
Low.
He was out at first base. He was out.
I don't know, man. It was pretty close.
Zhang Wei-sheng at the plate now. It was close, but he was out. He's 1 for 2 at the plate today. Oh, and 1 for 3. He had a fielder's choice in the first inning, but did come in to score. Also had a base hit in the third, grounded out to second base in the fourth inning. In the third inning, he did reach third base, but did not come in to score. So he was stranded in scoring position. 0-1 to count, and the pitch is on the inside part of the plate, 0-2. Zhang Wei-sheng coming into this game is 5 for 7 this week, so that's a 714. Oh, sorry, 714 batting average, all singles. So obviously, slugging percentage would be 714 as well. On base percentage 714 as well. That would mean that his OPS is 1428.
It's pretty good.
Count, slider outside, ball 1. Waste pitch there by Wang Yucheng. He's at 40 pitches. Normally for a relief pitcher, that would be a little bit high, but he is conditioned to be a starter, at least for this season. So the lefty, barring, I would say probably after Liang Ke, which is on deck, that's probably will be his final Actually, no, because Dinzehao is also a lefty. So we'll probably be in there for this inning if it is kept relatively quiet. Lai Hongcheng is at the plate, and so is who's that? That is Braden Higgins in the bullpen as well.
It would be interesting if he came in without like a fresh inning, like you mentioned. Be a contrast to that.
Called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate. And that is strikeout number 2 for Wang Yizheng. You know, you got 2 outs for the Union Lions. Right fielder Li Yanke will be coming up. He's 1 for 3 today. Had a single in the first, flew out to left, and then flew out to right in the 3rd and 5th inning, respectively. Lai Hongcheng will, if this remains relatively quiet, Lai Hongcheng will probably come in the 8th inning. Not really sure why Braden Higgins is up. Probably just adding, just to make sure.
Yeah, just in case.
Oh, hold on. Higgins made 2 relief appearances this week. He came in relief on the 21st and on the 23rd. Had a hold on the 23rd. Did not see that.
I would have still agreed with you that they'd rather go with Lai on the fresh inning in the 8th and then finish it off with the closer after that. So
fastball down the zone.
If there's a home run here, then maybe. But yeah, seems more precautionary than anything else.
So 1-1 to count with 2 outs. First opportunity for the Lions with runner in scoring position since the 4th. That one is a high fly ball to center field. Could be trouble. Chen Cheng-Wei goes back, and that one is gone. Bye baseball. That is a 2-run home run for right fielder Li Yanke. That is his, I think, 3rd home run on the season. Maybe let's check the 11 Sports graphic, but none. A 5th home run on the season, and that will cut the lead down from 6-3 to 6-5.
And that would be why you bring up the precautionary relieving schedule, because now 1-run game, you have to be a lot more cautious. You might want to go to an arm that has a little bit more length that you really don't want, that you're more confident won't make a mistake, because you don't have that room for error anymore.
Chen Jiexian taking over the home run dance celebration as Li Yanke is still struggling to come up with new dancing ideas. But he does cut the lead down to 1. So do the Monkeys hit the panic button? No, they keep Wang Yizheng on the mound to face first baseman Guo Fuling. First pitch up high. Ball 1. Looking at the replay once again, pitch that was up in the zone, has way too much at the plate. And as soon as he left the bat, it smelled like trouble, and it was trouble for the Rakuten Monkeys. Guo Fuling at the plate, he is 0 for 1 with a sac fly in the first to drive in the first run of the first run of the ball game. That one is a high fly ball to left field. Zhu Yixian makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. But that is not before a 2-run bomb by Rookie of the Year of last year, right fielder Li Yanke, and the Lions score 2. The lead goes from 6-0 at the end of the top of the first inning to now 6-5. And let's see if the Monkeys offense have anything to say with that. They are on a 15 up, 15 down streak as we hit the top of the 8th inning. Monkeys lead 6-5. So I think that's just 1 earned run on Wang Yizheng as one. The other one, the runner on base, would have been technically that would have been, both the runs would be unearned because Wang Yizheng did get the strikeout.
How is the home run unearned?
Because if they had Chen Jiexian at first base, the home run would never happen. That is that's how the CPBL ruled run and earned and unearned runs, and therefore both of those runs would be accounted for the error. If that error happened with nobody out, and then they gave up the 2-run home run, then 1 run would be earned. But because it happened that would have been the second out, the following at bat was a strikeout, so that would have been the 3rd out. Washington would have gotten out of the inning.
I still think it's a harsh error, but that's subjective. I'm just checking in on the scores. The Fubon Guardians are not being nice to the CTBC brothers. It's 9-0 now. They added 3 more in the top of the 7th. It's just been miserable for the team from Taichung. They'll look to bounce back on Tuesday because, again, no games tomorrow. So I'm just double-checking here what the matchups are on Tuesday as they boot me back to the previous screen because there's no games tomorrow. Makes sense. On Tuesday.
Think the matchup on Tuesday. I don't know if is it out yet?
I'm just double-checking. Guess not, eh? Yeah. Don't know.
Oh, we're back
underway.
Shortstop Yu Dolong gets thrown out at first base. Well, he actually gets. Hold on, I have no idea what happened. I was filling out the numbers for the Lions.
Oh, I've got the schedule now. Not that that's particularly relevant, but I'll give it to you anyway. It's going to be Lions versus Dragons and Guardians versus Brothers on Tuesday. Lions Dragons extends into Wednesday, but Wednesday has Monkeys Brothers. Full schedule on the website, and I'm sure Daniel will post it soon.
Hold on. Yeah, leans up being at the plate, and he fouls the first pitch to left field. That he is 0 for 2. Hit by pitch in the first inning, flew out to center field and grounded out to second base in the 5th inning. So 16 up, 16 down for the Monkeys lineup. That one's fouled to the left. Third base side once again. Huang Junjun is still on the mound. He's on pitch 19. They have the spray chart of all of the contacts made by the recruited Monkeys lineup. All of the hits are in the first or second inning, and the rest of those happen afterwards. And to the count. Foul to the third base side once again. And it is confirmed the 2 runs in the 7th were not earned. So those were unearned runs.
I trust your knowledge of the rules. I don't agree with that rule, but I trust the knowledge of the rule. I feel like a home run has to be an earned run.
0-2 the count. That one is a breaking ball inside that goes into the dirt for ball 1.
That said, if the rule has always been a certain way, then the rule's always been a certain way. In my opinion, doesn't really matter on it.
Huang Junyan came in last inning, struck out 1, and kept the no-hitter the relief pitcher no-hitter intact. Besides, actually, it's a 1-hitter, really, among the relief pitchers. The strike zone chart for the Mercuden Monkeys among base hits. Again, those happen all in the first or second inning, and all of them probably in that close to the 5 spot of the strike zone. and you're the Monkeys, you're probably bringing in Lai Hongcheng in the 8th and then thinking about putting in Chen Yuxu in the 9th. But still, when we're talking against this Lions lineup, and you started the game with a 6-0 lead. Now you're only up by 1, and your lineup hasn't produced anything since the top of the 2nd inning. This game, based on this momentum, will not go well. The pitch hit to first base. First baseman Guo Fling does not come up with it. Single baseman throws to first, but it goes to foul territory. Lin Zebing goes to second. That would be an error on someone. But nevertheless, man on second base. First base runner for the Rakuten Monkeys since the 2nd. Guo Fling tries to backhand it, does not field it. Lin Jikai comes in, sidearms it to the pitcher, but he does not come up with it, and the ball goes to the catcher, but Lin Dayan does not field it cleanly either, so Lin Zebing gets an extra 90 feet. Man in scoring position with 1 out, and it will be the 8-9-1 coming up, Xu Yuhao and Chou Dan at the plate and on deck. The throw to first base was off target, and Huang Jun really had no shot at it. So the error will be placed. I don't know who will. A new pitcher as well for the Uni Lions. Zheng Junren will be coming in. So Huang Jun throws 1.1 inning, 1 strikeout, no walks, no hits. That run won't be earned. So no earned runs. The official call on the field is an E4 on the throw by second baseman Lin Jinkai.
If you're curious about the Taiwan sports scene, there's a playoff game in the Plus League happening right now. It's about to start, I believe. Sticking to this one, if you're just joining us, welcome aboard. It is 5 p.m. Taiwan time. 6-5 the score. Rakuten over the Uni Lions. We really do have a ball game now, don't we? After it was 6-0 after 1. The Uni Lions have slowly made their way back. The hit counter is 9 for Rakuten, 8 for the Uni Lions. Each team has committed 1 error. One of them was deserved. No, I'm kidding. It's all subjective. In my opinion, one was a little bit harsh. And the Uni Lions just countering a double with a new pitcher. If you have any questions, comments, anything at all, let us know in the YouTube comments or the live chat on the right, whatever they call it. And just getting another look at that Guo Fu Lin play. Threw it away. That's why you have a runner on second right now.
Coming up to the plate will be catcher Xu Yuhao. He's 1 for 3. Single in the first. Everybody got a single in the first. Struck out in the second, and popped to first base in the 5th. And good pickup by Evan Escher. The Lions-Dragons matchup next week, or this week, or depending on how you count the week, will be in Hualien, and the Dragons are the designated home team for the midweek series. They will also host the Guardians on Thursday as well. 3 straight games in Hualien as the CPBL returns to the home of many, many CPBL players.
Sheng Yunren is on the mound right now. Or Sheng Shunren, excuse me. 2.51 ERA through 15 appearances so far, all in relief. He has 1 win. He has pitched in 14 1/3. His whip is 1.05. Has given up 10 hits. Only 1 was a home run.
It is a pinch hitter for the Rakuten Monkeys. Liao Jianfu has come in to pinch hit for Xu Yuhao. He's hitting 295 on the season, no homers and 10 RBIs. So he'll be coming in to catch, I would presume. Even though I said earlier he's not supposed to be catching, as of the last time I read about his news. Man on second base, 1-1 the count with 1 out. And the pitch is popped to left field. Su Zhijie gives it a long run. He makes the catch. Lin Zebing will stay at second base. So first at bat for Liao Jianfu in this game is a fly out to left. That will bring in right fielder Cho Dan. Good coverage, good amount of coverage by the left fielder on the Lions.
Just going back to Evan's point, the Dragons are hosting 3 in Hualien. They're facing the Lions for the first 2 and then the Guardians for the third. Taichung Intercontinental's got Brothers Baseball each of the next 4 days after Monday.
So the second at bat with the runner in scoring position for the Rakuten Monkeys this inning, and it will still be Cho Dan at the plate. So no pitch hitting there. He is 1 for 3 with the single in the first inning. I should probably stop saying that because it's just repetitive at this point. At the third inning, he grounded to first base and then flew out to center field in the 6th. A lot of contact made by the Monkeys, but not a lot of production coming out of it. Only struck out 3 times so far in this game. A lot of flyouts, a lot of groundouts. So Lions defense, got to credit them. Besides that one error in this inning, which was a tough play because it was not fielded cleanly at first.
Yeah.
Besides that, the defense has been pretty on point.
It's been mostly good for both teams. A couple of little errors.
That one is a line grounder up the middle. That's a base hit. And the runner will come home and he beats the throw at home plate. He's safe. Cho Dan goes to second. So the Monkeys let the error pay, just like the Lions did in the last inning. They extend the lead. They score for the first time since the first inning. Cho Dan gets a single, goes to second on the throw. Lin Zebing comes in to score the 7th run of the game, and they lead 7-5. And they will be the top of the lineup coming on when in. That's a 2-seamer on the outside part of the plate. Cho Dan putting a good barrel on it and shoots it right back up the middle. Lin Zujie gives it a dive, but really had no shot at it. And Lin Zebing comes in to score. Now, in the CPBL, that would be a pretty good play. The throw was on point, but a little bit late as Lin Zebing beats out the throw. And another runner in scoring position opportunity. Lin Li pops it up to the first base side and right fielder Lin Nanke comes in to catch it just a few steps in front of the diamond seats. So that is out number 3. But that is not before an error and a base hit, allowing the Monkeys to extend the lead to 7-5. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning, and it will be the 5, 6, 7 coming up for the Union Lions. Third baseman Lin Zihao, left fielder Su Zhijie, and second baseman Lin Jinkai. If without any pinch hitting. The run will technically go under Hong Junyan, but it is unearned because of the error. Let's see if the Rakuten Monkeys put in a new pitcher in the 8th. I would think so. Just depends on who they put in. It is 2 lefties, 2 lefties, and 3 righties coming up. So you probably would think it's Lai Hongchen coming in.
Right. It was either going to be him or Braden Haggins, but doesn't feel like there's a need for Braden at the moment. go for Lai Hongsheng for an inning, and then Chen Yushun for the 9th. And that should be the ball game from their perspective.
It's never the ball game when the Monkeys have their bullpen in it.
To be fair, when that reputation started, or I guess it probably started before, but for a while during that reputation, Lai Hongsheng was on the Guardians, so he hasn't really been a part of that. Chen Yushun, yeah, he's partly to blame for that reputation, I would say. He makes things interesting.
Now the Uni Girls are showing their Uni Girls towel, and the towel thing, that is not even a Japanese thing. That's a soccer thing, right? That's what a lot of European soccer teams have for as like a big merchandise. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the MPB had the scarves, but I haven't seen them.
That's a Tom question.
And Lai Hongcheng,
he enjoys some soccer.
Still figuring out who is on the mound. I'm like 80% sure it's Lai Hongcheng, but I still need to confirm. It is number 48, Lai Hongcheng, and Yan Hongjun will be coming in to play catcher. That is Infield Fly Girl's favorite player, or something along those lines.
Number 62. Lai Hongsheng takes the mound, lefty out of that bullpen. They've been investing, as Daniel said, more in lefties this season than they did last year. He has an area of 1.5. He has a whip, walks, hits per innings pitched of 1.0. He's pitched in 12 innings so far this season, throughout 14 games. Record, if you care, is 1-0. He's given up 1 big fly, 3 walks against 8 strikeouts.
First pitch is a ball. So 1-0 versus left fielder Su Zhijie, who was 0 for 3 with 2 flyouts. Oh, no, it's Lin Zihao, actually. I fucked that up.
Ooh.
And no out there as he hits the ground, according to the third base umpire. But good play, good stretch-out play by Liang Jiarong, who also came in. So Lin Li has been subbed off. And Liang Jiarong is now the third baseman for the Monkeys. The replay once again, and yep, he came out of the glove. So
some language there, Daniel. Do we have to apologize for that?
3 flyouts for third baseman Lin Zihao, flew out to right field, flew out to center field in the first and third inning, and also flew out to shortstop. 1-1 the count, and that's 1-2. What's up?
Some language there. Do we have to apologize for that, or?
Okay, I apologize. I don't know what I'm apologizing for, but
you definitely said the F word.
Oh, I guess I apologize. 1-2 the count. And the pitch is grounded back to the pitcher, Chopper, and Lai Hongcheng races Lin Zihao to first base and gets there. So it's the ground out, but well, I don't know how to call that one, but it is basically he outraced Lin Zihao to first base from the mound, and that is out, number 1.
Yeah, that's no assists on that one.
And it will be left fielder Su Zhijie coming up to the plate, also 0 for 3. So looking at this Lions lineup, a lot of the rallies started in the bottom of the order with the 5 and 6. Lin Zihao, Su Zhijie so far combined for 0 for 7. And then Lin Jinkai started most of the 2 rallies with doubles in both occasions. And then the bottom of the order either advanced them 90 feet up or got a hit. Chen Jiexin started the other 2 rallies, including the error forced in the 7th inning that ended up with the 2-run home run by right fielder Liang Ke. The cameraman taking a look at the hand of Lai Hongcheng, who had a controversy with the Rosenback earlier this week.
What was that?
The Daddy Whip was unhappy with the fact that Lai Hongzhen had the Rosen all over not just his palm, but also the back of his hand as well. And so there was some controversies there. And also because it's the brothers complaining and they have a huge fan base. So obviously caught a lot of attention. That one is a fly ball to short. Ridolo goes back and makes the snag. That would have most likely be a Texas leaguer if not for a pretty decent play by Ridolo. Out number 2. Lin Jinkai will be coming up to the plate. He scored 2 runs for the Uni Lions after getting 2 doubles in the second and the 4th inning. So he's 2 for 3. He popped up to foul territory at first base for the second out in the 6th. Hongzhen so far cruising through this one. So far, I think. Yeah, hopefully I didn't.
He's a great pickup. He's a great pickup for Rakuten.
Yeah, I had my doubts when the Monkeys said they're committed to sign the player. Anytime you get a good bullpen arm, especially a domestic one in the league, that's a plus.
Yeah. 4.82 ERA in the juice ball year 2020. Not great stuff in 2019, but 2018 was really good. It was a good gamble, and it's paying off already.
Pitch outside, that is ball 1 against the young second baseman. Teammates with the Web Gem regular Jiang Kunyu from the CTPC brothers. If it's just normally if it's just 2 really good fielders, you would go, imagine if they're on the same team. They were on the same team in high school. Came out of high school, got drafted by the Lions and the brothers. And somewhere down the line, if they develop, improve on their hitting, the next couple years with their defensive abilities will be favorites, in my opinion, to be on Team Chinese Taipei.
Very curious on what's going to happen with all that Olympic stuff. Hopefully it happens, but hopefully it happens in a way that people are safe, right? With COVID and everything.
Yeah, breaking ball outside does not get picked up, so the count is 2-2. Hopefully things will go smoothly. It will be a huge operation. Hosting Olympic is difficult to begin with. Now you have to take care of the pandemic.
Yeah. It's
yesterday
it's going to be a thing.
Yesterday, one of the more famous commentators in Taiwan baseball, more veteran one too. Taipei Feng Ku Lin Ruiyang came out at the same high school as Jiang Kunyu and Lin Jinkai. Yeah, they all came out from this high school called Pingzhen. I think it's a vocational high school. It is definitely top 2. You can argue they're the best high school baseball program in Taiwan right now. The other one would be Gubao Business High School, something along those lines, down there in New Taipei City. But yeah, those two schools are the top 2 in Taiwan high school baseball right now. Most of the tournaments you watch, if you watch some of these high school tournaments, most likely their finals will be between those 2 teams. That's a pop-up to right field. Chodan makes the catch for the 3rd out of the game of the inning as we head to the top of the 9th inning. 3 up, 3 down for Lai Hongzhen and the Rakuten Monkeys. Score remains 7-5, and it will be the 2-3-4 coming up. Chen Chengwei, Liu Hongyu, and Chen Jushiu. Lai Hongchen gets out of the 8th inning. I'm going to assume that he's not going to come back in the 9th. So 1 inning pitch.
No, it's going to be the closer.
1 inning pitch, no strikeouts, no walks, no hits, no runs, no earned runs either, and obviously no hit by pitch.
How's your scorecard looking?
Pretty normal, besides the first inning on the monkey side. But other than that, pretty clean.
I thought about scoring this game. When I'm on commentary, I try to score games, but I get distracted from the actual commentary, and I'd rather focus on that. So I have a lot of respect for anybody who can do both at the same time, as kind of weird as that sounds, because it's not something I've ever been good at.
This is the first time in my lifetime that I've been doing regular commentary, and at first it was hard. My first game was a disaster. And the first game was the only time I had Bruce Billings on the show too, and I was talking to him about how disastrous that was during the thing. But yeah, I mean, for me, it allows me to remember what went on.
Of course, yeah.
So,
yeah, I just I take notes whenever notable things happen, keep box score and everything. Kind of gives me the same info, but it doesn't really have the classic vibe. And I like the classic vibe, so I should practice that a little bit more. Top of the 9th coming up.
Chen Chengwei steps into the plate. He is 1 for 3 with a walk in the 2nd inning. Single in the 1st, and fly out to left field and flew out to the 8th. It's flew out to center field in the 6th inning. That first pitch is fouled back. Zheng Juren is still on the mound for the Uni Lions. He is the Lions' 5th pitcher. Zhang Chenyan lasted 2.2 of an inning, 8 hits and 6 runs allowed. 4 of them are earned. Pan Wenwen then came in through 4.1 innings, allowing just 1 hit, and then got a 13 up, 13 down. Wu Chengyu also came in, 3 up, 3 down. Huang Jingyan came in, 3 up, 3 down, and then gave up a error that resulted in a base hit, but that won't be earned. And then Zheng Juren is the 5th pitcher for the Lions. Another pitcher also warming up in the bullpen. And that one is a ball down low, changeup hitting the dirt. So Insurance run the 8th inning. Relatively did not do well. I mean, obviously extended the run and all that. But in terms of the momentum of the game, at least to an extent, it kept the Monkeys. It gave some momentum back to the Monkeys. They were desperate for some sort of a rhythm. After coming out really strong the first, and then the offense stalled, and then 1 run after the other, they're about to lose the lead. In the 8th, they came in and scored an Insurance run. They're still only holding a 2-run lead, but so far that run is considered unnecessary.
Yeah.
To the count. That one is a pitch outside. I was talking about earlier the 2 top high schools in Taiwan in terms of baseball programs. Pingzhen is the one that Lin Jinkai and Zhang Kun went to. The other one I was talking about, Gubao, this vocational high school. The head coach of that team also led the U18 Team Taiwan team in the U18 World Cup. That one is a pitch low, ball 4. So the most dangerous man on the base path in CPBL is on first base. as a leadoff walk, and you have the 3, 4, 5 hitters coming up. 林泓育、陈俊秀, and 朱玉贤. The U18 team I was talking about earlier, back in 2019, went to Korea, defeated the USA in the finals of that tournament to lift the World Trophy. The first time, I think, if I remember correctly, the last one must have been 2011. Or maybe even before then. But the USA was coming in with looking to defend the championship, and we beat them in the 9th. Chen Junan does a pickup move to first base. The other game is approaching the bottom of the 9th inning. And so they're ahead by the half inning. That one is grounded to third. Lee Zihao with the pick and goes to second. They go to first. It's a double play for the Uni Lions. So that nullifies the leadoff walk. And their Lions are 1 out away from getting out of here with a 2-run deficit, which would be the same that they came in with. Lin Zihao with the good pick. Lin Zihao, the rookie, he's a rookie. Lin Zihao was drafted last year.
Yeah.
And he came in, not only, he's hitting pretty well at 313. Like that's very good, especially considering the 2021 new baseballs. He's also he's less than 9 months older than my younger sister. That is, I don't like that. I don't know. It makes me feel so old. But Lin Zihao not only established himself as a good offensive player, but on the defensive side, he's been quite solid as well, making some good plays at the hard corner for the Unilions. And then that allowed Guo Fuling to move to first. And then Guo Fuling has been hitting quite well as well. And then allowing the Lions to experiment between Mao Siru, Guo Fuling, and taking pressure off Gao Guoqing. Second pitch is a ball inside. Looked like Chen Junxiu tried to lean in and take that pitch, but that one just breaked away from him. So the score in Taichung score remains 9-0 as they are playing in the bottom of the 9th inning. Back to Tainan. 1-1 the count. That one is fouled for the first base set. 1-2. Chen Junxiu is one of the only 2 hitters in the first inning who did not get a base hit. And he had a sacrifice fly that did drive in a second run for the Monkeys. Had a base hit in the second inning, grounded out to short, and struck out in the 7th. 1-2 the count, and the pitch is down low, 2-2. Again, coming in, Chen Junxiu, one of the hottest batters on the Rakuten Monkeys lineup. Coming into this game, hitting 308 this week.
He's been excellent.
Yeah, with a 538 slugging percentage. That one is grounded to short. Lin Zujie does not field it cleanly, but still enough time to get Chen Junxiu at first base. And that is out number 3. 3 up, 3 down, but an unconventional one for the Rakuten Monkeys. No runs scored here in the 9th as we head to the bottom of the inning. Last chance for the Uni Lions. And score is 7-5.
That's one of those defensive misplays where, Chen Junxiu is the runner. You're not really stressed about it, but that's a single for some of those guys.
So Chen Junren finishes his outing today, assuming that they bring in a new pitcher in the 10th. If we're headed to extra innings, 1.2 innings pitched. 1.2 innings pitched, no strikeouts, and 1 walk. 1 walk, 1 hit allowed, and no runs given up. That is if we're not going extra innings and if they bring in a new pitcher in the 10th. 8-9-1 spots coming up for the Uni Lions. It will be catcher Lin Daian, shortstop Lin Zujie, and DH Chen Jiexian. But I would imagine they'll probably bring in some pinch hitters, especially early in this inning. Maybe bring Chen Chong. Is Chen Chongting still with the First Army? I think he is. Yeah, he is because he was here.
Unless there was a move today, I believe he is. I'm not 100%.
Oh, Yang Yaoxun got demoted to Second Army, and they pulled up Yan Hongjun, the tiny catcher, to the First Army for the Rakuten Monkeys. The Lions did not make any roster changes, so Chen Chongting will still be on the first team roster.
Other game going on right now, Guardians Brothers. They're in the bottom of the 9th. It's 9-0, so that one's going to be wrapping up imminently.
Chen Yuxun on.
I think Daniel froze for a second there because everything seems clear on my end, but his video feed stopped. So while he's getting back going, I'll do a little fill in. Yeah, he's lagging just a little bit. It is the closer for the Rakuten Monkeys, Chen Yushun. On the hill, he has an ERA 1.93, a whip of 1.07. First pitch was a strike. Second pitch just outside. Makes it 1-1.
Amount 4.
Oh, yeah, there goes his end. There we go. Are you back, Daniel?
Out of a vacuum, you would go.
Okay, welcome back.
Out of a vacuum. Yeah.
You were frozen there for a minute.
My bad. 2-1 count versus the catcher. And that one is launched to left field. That would be trouble. Zhang Zhijiao goes back at the warning track and he makes the catch. In 2020, in 2017, 18, 19, 20, probably even in the MLB, that would have been a home run. But today, that one dies at the warning track for out number 1.
Good solid hit. Again, one of those swings where perhaps just a little bit early, and that would have held the power back just a little bit, but mostly where you want it to be. And you're right, with a better ball, that one's gone. Not a better ball, but a more powerful ball, I should say.
It will be Tang Zhaoting at the plate to pinch hit for Lin Zujie. First pitch. Ball 1.
He had one of the hits yesterday, like I mentioned in all the way back in the Open, which was a long time ago now. They had 6 hits yesterday against Wang Zupeng. 3 of them were Shang Weisheng. The other 3, Chen Zhishen, Lin Jingkai, and Tang Xiaoting.
2-0 to count with 1 out. The other game has ended. The score was 9-0. Fubon Guardians get the win. 2-0 to pitch is up at the letters, but called strike.
Our friend Ollie's going to love that game.
Yeah, it'll be a perfect Sunday morning surprise. That one, swing and a miss up in the zone. Strike 2. So Chen Yuxun working from a 2-0 count now comes back to a 2-2 count. So Liu Junfu, who pinched hit for Xu Yuhao last inning, still not cleared to catch as they bring in Yan Hongjun, who just got promoted to First Army today. Two and two the count. And that one's fouled back. That was the fifth pitch of the at-bat between Tang Zhaoting and Chen Yuxun. End of the first quarter in the playoff game at the P League, Dreamers up 23-21 against the Taoyuan Pilots.
And I don't want to pull anybody away from here, but once this is done, our friend Ryan Chen is on English commentary for that one, so you might want to go check that out if you're interested. Again, we stress that this is unofficial watch-along that you've been watching, and everything we say is just our opinion.
Overthrown a little bit on that one as that one goes up in the zone for ball 3. Full count. If you walk this one, the game tying run will be at the plate. It will also be the top of the lineup coming up. As a Monkeys fan, you're just taking a breath. That one's overthrown as well. Walk given to Tang Zhaoting, and then it will be Chen Jiexian, Zhang Weisheng, Lin Anke coming up. 3 hits combined between those 3 hitters. All 3 of them reached base at a combined of 6 times. 4 base hits, my apologize. Lin Anke is 2 for 4. He had a home run in the 7th inning and a base hit in the first. Chen Jiexian at the plate. He reached on an error by shortstop Yu Delong, and then had a base hit in the 4th, got on base with a walk in the 1st inning as well. This is his 5th at-bat of the ball game. A slow pickoff move to first. Mind games going on. Chen Yuxin loves those. First pitch of the at-bat is the breaking ball going in there for strike 1. If you're a Monkeys fan, you do not feel comfortable in this situation. At least I don't. Lions fans standing up to.
Is it me or
that was a ground to first base? Chen Junshou with the stop, and it goes to second. They turn the double play, and that is it for this one. As we finish this ball game with the score 7-5, the Rakuten Monkeys take the game and the series here on the road. 7-5, the score. The hits are compare the hits 11-8 and 1 error per each team. What were you gonna say, Patrick?
Nothing particularly relevant to that. That's why I stopped really quickly. When you decide to call the game finishing play. But yes, good stuff from the Rakuten Monkeys. Really, it was the first inning for them, let's be honest. The 6 runs in the first, they managed to get the offense locked in early against a version of Xiang Shenyan who didn't seem 100%, but that's not the Monkeys' problem. They maximized what they needed to, and they got everything under control really early. The Uni Lions, they kept fighting. They kept charging, but they just didn't quite have enough. The pitching did what they needed to do after that first inning. Ban Weilun especially really, really good, let's be honest. Maybe the best he's been in over a year, but it was the first inning. And you're never going to have an easy time if you give up 6 runs in the first inning. It was evident today, 7-5 final score.
So that's a pretty good recap. Thank you, Patrick. If you're going to award the MVP, and this one is really tough.
Yeah.
Because the starting pitcher left in after 2.1 innings pitched. The offense really, they look good in the first, but that's pretty much it for the Monkeys.
Right. Because the frustrating thing about you kind of introducing me as a Lions fan is that my pick for most impressive player today is Pan Lin. He came in a tough situation.
That's a violation.
Hear me out. He came in tough situation out of the bullpen and did better than he has in a very long time when his starter really just wasn't at his best today. He's the most impressive player for me today. When it comes to MVP of the game, yeah, it is tough. You're right, because that first inning was basically everybody, and then it was basically nobody on offense after that. I would probably, yeah, I mean, I could give it to Lindley, a couple of hits. It's not an easy one.
It's not an easy one, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think you could give it to Wang Yisheng. 3 innings out of the pen. He looked good. They've needed him to be good. And if he's not good, then the Uni Lions claw back into the game. He kind of stopped the momentum, reestablished himself in a situation that wasn't a low pressure one. So, you know what? I'd give him my MVP, I think.
That's a pretty good pick, and there has been precedent of that. I forgot which game it was, but sometime during this season, there was a game similar to this one where the starting pitcher did not last long. None of the hitters really took the spotlight, and so they gave it to a relief pitcher. Yeah, it will be a very tough one as well for me. I think on the hitter's side, probably have to go with Ling Li because he started the rally in the first. That was a pretty strong start for the Rakuten Monkeys, kind of set the tone there. But other than that, I mean, this Monkeys offense really, really, really struggled in the middle of the
They locked in against a pitcher who didn't have his stuff and didn't really do anything impressive against the pitchers that did. So it's not a day that they can sit back and say, okay, flawless, but they're not going to care because all that matters is the one additional win that they got.
And with the results from today's game, the Rakuten Monkeys and the Uni Lions will be tied at the top of the standings. Fubon Guardians will be third. They'll be half a game above the Brothers and 1 game behind the Monkeys and the Lions. Brothers will be going back to 500, sitting at 4th, and Wedge and Dragons did not play today, so they will be 6 games back of the top of the standings. My mistake. They'll be 5. No, they'll be the same. They will still be 5.5 games back from the top of the standings. That is pretty much it from us. There's no MVP ceremony because the road team won today. My pick is Ling Li, and Patrick's pick is Wang Yizheng. Not sure if they will announce MVP pick anytime soon. That being said, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you, Patrick, for co-commentating throughout this 3.5 hour game. I think the official game time, they have not released that either. But the official game time is found somewhere between 3:30 and 3:35, I would guess, which is not bad considering how long the top of the first inning was. And that being said, thank y'all, every one of you who've been tuning in throughout the live stream. And for those of you watching this on rewatch, if you're still listening right now, which would be quite incredible. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. And sometime next week, I will be throwing out a poll once again, and make sure you vote.
And he might listen to you.
And I might listen to you.
It's more like a guideline.
It is more of a, hey, we want to see this one, but then I really have the power to say no. Next weekend will be, hold on, let me pull up the don't have it anymore. Next weekend, hold on, let me go to May. It's the May, start of May. It will be the first Sunday, first Sunday in May. It will be the second last Sunday with the 2 p.m. start. It'll be between the Brothers and the Dragons. I think that one they're going to the retro throwback one because that one's Dragons is hosting that one, and they basically did a home and home in terms of the throwback uniforms. The other game would be the Lions and the Fubon Guardians. You don't have to choose now. I will be throwing the poll in on my timeline sometime this week. And make sure you vote. Make sure you tell us what you want to see, and we might listen to you. That being said, thank you so much for tuning in once again. And we'll talk to you guys next week.
Later.